Chapter 1286. I made a small mistake in the last chapter yesterday. This is Yan Chuan's second time mobilizing the power of the people in the netherworld. I've corrected it. Sorry. Above the great Qin city, countless stars slowly disappeared. The void slowly calmed down, leaving zombie Yan Chuan alone. He spread his giant wings and floated in the sky. Roar! Yan Chuan let out a roar of relief. With this roar, the people in the great Qin city were overjoyed. The crisis of the great Qin city was resolved. The sage king had devoured 12 sages. Those were sages, supreme existences in the world. The sage king had actually eaten 12 of them at once. Long live the sage king! Long live the sage king! Long live the sage king! The people cheered, rejoicing that they had survived. They worshipped Yan Chuan's strength and were proud to be the people of Great Qin. Meow! Meow excitedly jumped into Mo Yushi's arms. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. The officials cheered. Only the spies of the various factions held their breaths, unable to speak. Today's battle in the great Qin city could not be hidden at all. It would definitely spread to all corners of the world. Great Qin was powerful, and zombie King Yan Chuan was even more ferocious and invincible. 12 sages, 12 sages. They had almost been killed by Yan Chuan alone. Who in the world could be his match? High in the sky, after roaring, Yan Chuan's body rumbled. Rumble. Yan Chuan's ferocious aura was rampant. Boom. A shockwave spread out from Yan Chuan's body. Many people understood that Yan Chuan's strength had become stronger. High in the sky, zombie Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Looking at the endless blood rain falling, he turned his head slightly. Fifth firmament ancestral immortal. 12 sages, and only one firmament. The world is about to be repaired. Time waits for no one. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Dark Sky City. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the mournful music continued. It was clear that a saint had fallen. Furthermore, with such a heavy rain of blood and so much blood mist rising from the ground, it was obvious that more than one saint had died. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to say a word. At the same time, they understood that the Sky Emperor's consciousness had also entered the heaven's eye. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered around Underworld Sky City, rolling and rumbling. Similar to Underworld Sky City was another city in the mortal realm, Luoyang of the Great Zhou Imperial Court in the Western Outer Continent. Above Luoyang, a rain of blood fell, and dark clouds covered the sky. In Luoyang City, in front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. The officials stood behind him respectfully. In front of Wu Jiong were 2 corpses. The 2 sages who had come to cause trouble for the great Zhou dynasty had been killed on the spot. Long live the Celestial Emperor! The officials shouted in admiration. As for Wu Jiong, he coldly looked to the sky. Boom! Above the boundless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared. The crack extended from one side of the sky to the other. As soon as the crack appeared, a vast aura spread out. This aura made Luoyang, which was originally cheering, instantly fall dead silent. The people suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. A tremor that came from the depths of their souls was about to come out. Rumble. The crack separated to both sides. When it separated, almost everyone suddenly knelt down. There was no reason, no thought, or rather, at this moment, from their birth charts to their souls, the only thought in their minds was to worship. Whoosh! Almost everyone in Luoyang City knelt down. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, only 11 figures did not kneel down. The leader was Wu Jiong. When Wu Jiong stepped on the ground, an altar seemed to appear under his feet. Stepping on the altar, this terrifying heavenly might had little effect on Wuxiong. What Wuxiong stepped on was the heaven and earth altar, which was also a symbol of heaven and earth karmic status that could be possessed. The other 10 figures also stepped on the altar, but they were much smaller than Wuxiong. It was the heaven and earth altar of the birth position. In the entire Luoyang city, only these 11 people did not kneel down. The others, no matter who they were, all prostrated on the ground, without any thoughts of resistance. The crack in the dark clouds finally separated. It was an extremely huge eye. As soon as the huge eye appeared, a ferocious aura rushed toward Luoyang city. If the aura of a saint was grand, then the aura of this eye was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more. Heaven's eye. Wuxiong's face darkened. The huge eye looked down. Humph. A cold snort sounded. The 10 people behind Wuxiong who had altars of birth all trembled in their hearts. Then, they lowered their heads as if they could not look directly at the heaven's eye. The heaven's eye controlled the heavens and affected the birth charts of all living beings in the world. At this moment, a huge pressure came toward Wuxiong. Boom! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under Wuxiong's feet. Wuxiong's aura erupted, but under the heaven's eye, Wuxiong's aura was not enough. Wuxiong, how dare you kill my envoy? A loud angry voice came from the void. The angry rebuke carried the wrath of the heavens. Countless timid commoners were suddenly scared out of their wits by this voice. The entire Luoyang city was facing an unprecedented crisis. The 10 officials also lowered their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with difficulty. In the face of the heaven's eye, they could not even raise their heads. How could they resist it? Wuxiong was the first to bear the brunt. Under the wrath of heaven, a crack suddenly appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Crack! The heaven and earth altar seemed to be about to shatter. Wuxiong's expression was extremely ugly. Today, no one can save you. Luoyang City. Humph. Another angry voice came from the void. The heaven's eye had not yet descended, but its ferocious aura had already made Luoyang unable to resist. Seeing that the heaven and earth altar under his feet was about to shatter, Wuxiong finally could not sit still. Celestial Emperor. That was because he had the heaven and earth karmic position. If the heaven and earth karmic position was destroyed, Wuxiong would fall from his position as Celestial Emperor. Wuxiong did not act rashly. Instead, he suddenly looked at a palace not far away. The palace was located beside Taiji Palace. It was a sealed hall that had never been opened. In fact, the officials did not understand why there was a palace here. Teacher, the great Zhou dynasty has encountered an unprecedented disaster. I am unable to resolve it. Please help me. Wuxiong suddenly said. Creak. The officials of the great Zhou dynasty, who were defenseless, were suddenly surprised. The door of the palace slowly opened. Slowly, everyone who was prostrating on the ground heard the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were not very heavy and were very slow. However, to many people, it made them feel at ease. From the nameless hall, an old man in a green robe slowly walked out. The old man was slightly thin and his face was very calm. Step by step, he walked out of the nameless hall. There was no heaven and earth altar under his feet. In fact, there was not even a trace of aura around him. However, this ordinary old man was not affected by the heavenly might in the slightest. He walked out slowly. Up in the sky, the heaven's eye's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the old man who walked out looked like an ordinary old man. There was not a trace of dermic power fluctuation. The old man held a green sword in his hand. He walked to Wuxiong's side. Teacher. Wuxiong said respectfully. The other 10 officials who could stand could not raise their heads. They wanted to see the old man's appearance, but they could not. The old man slowly raised his head. His face was still very calm as he looked at the giant eye in the sky. Who are you? Ming Tianhan's angry voice came from the sky. The old man finally spoke, Heaven. Only the two founders of fate can unleash its true power. You, on the other hand, are not worthy. Moreover, this is a broken fate. What did you say? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. You are not worthy of heaven. The old man said indifferently. As he spoke, the old man's sword danced. Humph, old man, who are you? The founders of heaven. 2. Who? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. However, the old man did not care. He suddenly danced with his sword and stabbed at the heaven's eye. How dare you? Ming Tianhan shouted angrily. However, the old man's sword was already stabbing. A vast energy sword soared into the sky. The energy sword was majestic, like a pillar holding up the sky. It instantly arrived before the heaven's eye. Fast, large, strong, and fierce. It was a king's sword, an invincible sword. Under this sword, the heaven's eye suddenly had a feeling that it couldn't dodge. It felt as if it could only stare helplessly as the sword stabbed itself to death. No. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Wu Jiong saw the old man's energy sword pierce through the heaven's eye's pupil. The huge energy sword slid to the side. Shing. The huge heaven's eye was suddenly cut into two halves from the pupil. Whoosh. The old man put away his sword, his expression still indifferent. However, the huge heaven's eye in the sky had suffered a lot of damage. Crack. 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 Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. Impossible. Who are you? Who are you? Ming Tianhan's despairing cry came from the sky. Boom. The giant heaven's eye exploded into pieces. One sword. Just one sword. He destroyed the heaven's eye just like that. When the heaven's eye exploded, the suppression in the depths of everyone's soul instantly disappeared. The countless dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Jiong's feet was being repaired. The 10 officials could now look up at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, but the sword strike just now was something that almost everyone could not forget. It was too amazing. Killing the heaven's eye with one sword strike. At this moment, the old man slowly walked toward the nameless palace from before. Quang. The door to the main hall closed once again. Almost everyone in the Taiji Palace's square was silent. The Heavenly Emperor's teacher. Wu Jiong took in a deep breath as he stared at the closed doors of the palace. The heaven's eye. Ming Tianhan thought it was the strongest thing. But his teacher could destroy it with one sword strike. A voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jiong's mind. Wu Jiong, I will erase everyone's memories. You can only keep 3 people alive. Don't lose your memories. Yes, teacher. Wu Jiong immediately answered. Hum. From the nameless palace, a green light suddenly spread out in all directions. Everyone who was hit by the green light suddenly became confused, as if they had forgotten everything that had happened. At the same time, in the imperial court of Underworld Sky City in the western outer continent of the Underworld, Ming Tianhan suddenly clutched his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was clutching his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Chapter 1287. In the Underworld's west outer continent, Underworld Sky City's imperial court. Ming Tianhan suddenly held his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was holding his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Sky Emperor, the officials said anxiously. Ming Tianhan held his forehead and didn't say anything, but blood kept flowing out. The officials were all anxious. Court is dismissed. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The officials could only helplessly reply. Just as the officials were about to leave the hall. Report, bad news. A Jiaohu came from outside the hall. An official rushed into the hall. Sky Emperor, above the Sea of Providence, Wu Tian, Mei Gao Ku, Shi Men, and Hua Zun Tian have awakened. They're about to escape, the official said anxiously. What? The hall was in an uproar. The four of them have awakened. Could it be that the four saints' sacrifice to the heavens failed? Sky Emperor's forehead. Could it be that the eye of heaven has changed? The officials were all in a state of jiaohu. Ming Tianhan held the wound between his eyebrows and coldly looked outside the hall. Outside the hall, above the Sea of Providence. The four golden lights that had pinned down the four saints had now disappeared. The four saints had awakened, and a huge altar slowly appeared. The four saints looked around in confusion. On the altar, the four of them were still chained up. Sky Emperor, there's a power that connects us saints. The only saint of Great Xing suddenly said. Whoosh! High up in the sky, the chains that bound the four sages suddenly retreated slowly. It was as if an inexplicable force was helping them to break free. Ah! We're saved. What's going on? The four saints were still confused. Not good, the four saints are about to escape. Quick, stop them. Someone shouted. Stop! Ming Tianhan suddenly shouted. The guards looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. At this moment, Ming Tianhan didn't stop the four saints from escaping. Boom! As soon as the chains were removed, the four sages were suddenly saved. With a loud bang, the altar exploded. Standing high up in the sky, the four sages were at a loss. Looking at the underworld sky city below, the four sages raised their brows and clenched their fists. Ming Tianhan, I will remember this grudge. Wu Tian shouted. Go! Boom! The four saints fled with a loud rumble. From beginning to end, Ming Tianhan did not stop him. At this moment, everyone understood that the heaven's eye that the Sky Emperor controlled was useless. However, in this world, who could destroy heaven's eye? Was there such an expert in this world? Court is dismissed. Yang, stay here. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The ministers slowly withdrew from the hall. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the hall. He was the only living sage of the Black Divine Guards of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Yang. Quang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Ming Tianhan slightly moved his hand away. There was a bloody light between his eyebrows. The blood came from the slit in his third eye. Ming Tianhan wiped the blood off his face and frowned in pain. Then, he covered his forehead again. He then turned to look at the saint, Yang. Yang, what happened? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. Yang was silent for a while. Then, he took a deep breath and said, the four saints were sent to the heavenly demon world by some force. Oh. I don't know who this force is. It's very powerful. It's so powerful that I can't even touch it. The four of them were sent to the heavenly demon world. I also received a message from that force. Yang said in a low voice. What is it? That force sent me a message saying that he will regain control of the heavens. If I want to keep my position as a sage, I have to contribute to the world. I have to find someone to fill in one of the remaining 20 heavenly daos. Otherwise, he will take away my position as a sage. Yang said in a low voice. Who? What arrogance! He hasn't even regained control of the heavens, but he's so sure that he can do it. Ming Tianhan said with a complicated expression. I don't know. He mentioned regaining control of the heavens. He should be an ancient existence. Perhaps he's someone from the third or second epoch. Yang Yang said in a low voice. Could it be? Ming Tianhan's eyes suddenly focused. Who is the celestial emperor thinking of? Yang Yang asked curiously. I don't know. Just now, when Hongjun pierced my heaven's eye, he mentioned that there were two creators of the heavens. Perhaps the person who sent you the message is the so-called creator of the heavens, Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. Ah. If that's the case, then the world might really enter a great era. Old monsters will keep popping up. Yang Yang frowned. Yes. Even I didn't expect Hongjun to be so strong. One sword, just one sword. Ming Tianhan said with a gloomy expression. Is the heavens' eye really broken? Yang Yang looked at Ming Tianhan with a serious expression. It's broken. Apart from you obtaining the position of sage, all the other 14 sages have fallen. My heaven's eye has also been forcefully broken. All my efforts have been for naught. Ming Tianhan said as he held his forehead. However, when Ming Tianhan spoke, he didn't look depressed. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Yang Yang didn't find it strange when he saw Ming Tianhan smile. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, zombie Yan Chuan had devoured 12 sages. The news couldn't be suppressed at all. Soon, the news spread everywhere. The first to bear the brunt of it were the 3 weaves that Great Zhen was conquering. The Skeleton Sea Weave, the 3 Yin Weave, and the Ghost Abuse Weave. The moment the 3 Weave lords heard the news, they shouted without hesitation, that's impossible. However, there were more than one group of spies. Especially when 2 countries were at war, several different groups of spies kept sending news. The 3 Weave lords stood there in a daze. Sages. Those were sages. They were on their home turf, and they could barely resist one. However, Yan Chuan had actually devoured 12 of them. Where did so many sages come from? How could this be? Did the world change? The 3 Weave lords felt extremely bitter. If they had known that Yan Chuan was so ferocious, they wouldn't have dared to invade Great Zhen. Sect Lord, we can't hold this place anymore. Once Meng Tian returns, we. Yes, Sect Lord. Yan Chuan is so ferocious. We. The subordinates were worried. Report, Zhang Yi of Great Zhen requests an audience. A voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Zhang Yi. He was in charge of diplomacy. This time, Yan Chuan had displayed his might. Zhang Yi naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He immediately went to various places to persuade them to surrender. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Xianyang. In the palace's study. Yan Chuan, in his human form, dismissed everyone. In the study, only Yan Chuan sat in front of the desk. There were 2 imperial seals on the desk in front of him. One was Great Zhen's Great Heavenly Seal. The other was the Great Qin Imperial Seal, the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Seal from his first life, which he had taken back from Dark Ghost Guzi not long ago. The 2 Imperial Seals lay flat on the desk. Both of them were exuding a hostile aura. The Imperial Seal suppressed the fate of a country. One seal was enough. However, there were 2 seals in front of him. Moreover, they were both Yan Chuan's Imperial Seals. One of them was the current Imperial Seal, while the other was from his first life. The 2 Imperial Seals refused to give way to each other. The Great Qin Imperial Seal had a stronger aura. After all, it used to be the Heavenly Court's Imperial Seal. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Great Zhen can only have one Imperial Seal. The world is about to be complete. I have to be careful. Yan Chuan sighed softly. He held one Imperial Seal in each hand. A trace of reluctance flashed in Yan Chuan's eyes. Great Qin Imperial Seal, you accompanied me in my first life to conquer the world and suppress half of my life's fate. I am very gratified and cherish you. However, this is no longer the great Qin. I am Yan Chuan. I am helpless. A trace of shame flashed in Yan Chuan's eyes. Buzz. The great Qin imperial seal trembled. It seemed to be sad but also seemed to be comforting Yan Chuan. Slowly, the great Qin imperial seal floated up. It floated above the great heavenly seal. The heavenly emperor is immortal. The imperial seal is willing to die to accompany the heavenly emperor. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came from the great Qin imperial seal. Following that, the great Qin imperial seal suddenly melted. Gradually, it turned into a black liquid that poured into the great heavenly seal. Gulp. Gulp. The great heavenly seal was like a sponge, absorbing this liquid. Gradually, the great Qin imperial seal was completely sucked into it. Buzz. The great heavenly seal gave off a beam of golden light. It seemed to be celebrating everything that it absorbed. In order to continue following Yan Chuan, the great Qin imperial seal willingly absorbed into the great heavenly seal. I will not disappoint you. In this life, follow me to suppress the world again. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Buzz. The great heavenly seal trembled slightly. With a flip of his hand, Yan Chuan put away the great heavenly seal. Sage ruler. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Come in. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Zhao Gao entered the study. Sage ruler, there is someone outside. It seems to be someone from the Dugu family. They request an audience with you. Zhao Gao said. Oh. Yan Chuan was slightly curious. Let him in. Yes. Soon, a man with a sword on his back walked into the study. Greetings, Yama Emperor, Dugu Yeshen of the Dugu family. The man said. Dugu Yeshen. Why have you come to Great Chen? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Back then, during the battle of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, my Dugu family saw a group of people hiding in the dark helping Great Chen. Among them, someone used the Dugu family's sword technique. Among them, there was even a sword technique that the family had enjoyed. I think it should be the former head of the Dugu family, Dugu Butian. Dugu Yeshen said. Oh. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Under the orders of the family head, I am to send a letter of challenge to the current Dugu Butian. Yama Emperor, please pass it to Dugu Butian. Dugu Yeshen handed over a letter. A letter of challenge? Yan Chuan's face darkened. Yama Emperor, pass it to Dugu Butian. You will know everything. I will not disturb you any further. Farewell. Dugu Yeshen said. With that, Dugu Yeshen left the study. Yan Chuan watched Dugu Yeshen leave with a frown. Chapter 1288. Get out. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Zhao Gao left the study. Yan Chuan looked at the letter in his hand but did not open it. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Heaven-mending guards. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and knelt down in front of Yan Chuan. Greetings, Holy King. Inform the pavilion master of the Heaven-mending pavilion to come and see me. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Whoosh. The black shadow disappeared again. Yan Chuan slowly walked out of the study. Boom. Outside, the void shook. Auspicious signs appeared and heavenly music floated in the air. Another heavenly Tao was mended? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. 19 more paths of heaven and the world will be complete. Zhao Gao said with respect. Prepare the chariot. I am going to the East Sea. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Very quickly, Zhao Gao arranged everything. Yan Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage and did not let anyone follow him. The 5 dragons pulled Yan Chuan and headed towards the Eastern Sea. The East Sea Dragon Palace used to guard the East Sea Eye until a group of explosive beasts appeared. The East Sea Dragon Kings were forced to leave the East Sea. 3 days later. At the bottom of the East Sea. On a square at the bottom of the sea. The seawater could not enter. Yan Chuan stood on one side of the square. On the other side, there were 11 explosive beasts. The one in the lead was twice the size of the others. It had a single horn that looked like a crown on its head. An explosive beast king. Old neighbor. The explosive beast king asked. Isn't that the case? Yan Chuan asked indifferently. The explosive beast king narrowed its eyes and said, I can feel that there is a force similar to mine in your body. Is it the power of explosion and restoration? You have refined an explosive beast. Roar. The explosive beasts suddenly roared. No wonder you are an explosive beast king. You can feel my divine power. Yan Chuan said. Astral powers were hidden in the user's body. No one would be able to see through it, but the exploding beast king was able to. That's a divine ability of my clan. Of course, I know about it. That day, when I was born, before my power was fully unsealed, I met a so-called saint. Otherwise, no one would be able to take away an exploding beast. You killed my clan's beast, and you still dare to come here? The exploding beast king said coldly. Ha, ha, ha. Explosive beast king, aren't you tired of talking like that? Am I your enemy just because I killed an explosive beast? Then, if you killed a human, wouldn't you become the enemy of all humans? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The explosive beast king said nothing. You didn't tame the exploding beast back then, so it's not your subordinate. Exploding beast king, I have something else to discuss with you today. Please don't dwell on the past. At the very least, I, Yan Chuan, have never been your enemy. You owe me a debt of gratitude when you were able to break out of the seal. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. What do you want to discuss? Tell me. The exploding beast king said. The world is about to recover. I think you can feel it as well. Some of the most powerful warriors are about to come back. Yan Chuan said. The exploding beast king thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Not long ago, the world changed and I felt it. I heard from my subordinates that it should be the return of the heavens. Unfortunately, it seems to have disappeared again. That's right. That's just the beginning. Time is not on my side. That's why I thought of you. Yan Chuan said. Me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes. I need to improve myself so that I can welcome all the heroes in the world. It's inevitable that I will be away from the Zhenlong territory. The Zhenlong territory is strong, but many powerful warriors are coming out. If I'm not there, they will take advantage of me. For example, not long ago, Xianyang encountered a disaster. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. You don't want me to protect Xianyang for you, do you? The exploding beast king sneered. No. I won't ask for your help unless it's a life-and-death crisis. But no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. That's why I'm here. I want to make a deal with you. Yan Chuan said. Oh. If Xianyang is in danger when I'm not there, I need you to help me once. Yan Chuan said. Once? Help me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes. I know you're good. I just need you to do your best. Yan Chuan said. What will you give me in exchange? The exploding beast king asked. Bang! Yan Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. I've sealed something inside. You'll know when you see it. Yan Chuan said. The coffin was opened. All of a sudden, one of the exploding beasts saw an exit. He didn't know how long he had been drifting in the vast void. He had wasted 2 chances to escape. The exploding beast swore that it would never explode again. Whoosh! The exploding beast dashed out of the sky burial coffin. What? The Beast King was surprised. Boom! The Beast King unleashed a surge of energy toward the exploding beast. Ah, bastard! You tricked me again. The exploding beast bellowed. However, after a while, it realized that something was wrong. All of a sudden, the exploding beast saw a group of its kind. Exploding Beast King. What do you think of this one? Yan Chuan put away the sky burial coffin. You. The exploding beast was about to say something. Shut up. The exploding Beast King said coldly. Instantly, the exploding beasts surrounded the exploding beast. The exploding beast didn't dare to say another word. Exploding beasts are rare. Including this one, there are 12 of us. As a Beast King, I think this one should be useful to you. Yan Chuan said with a smile. The Beast King thought about it. It was tempted. After all, Yan Chuan didn't ask for much in exchange. He only wanted to resolve a crisis once. That was all. Of course, I won't be so stingy. Exploding beasts are rare, and you don't know much about the world. I will send people here from time to time to tell you about the world's major events. It will give you a better understanding of the world and the upcoming great era. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The exploding Beast King's eyes lit up. Okay, as you wish. The exploding Beast King said seriously. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zhang Yi entered the palace with a black-robed figure. Holy King, the leader of the 3-Yin sect is willing to enter Great Zhen as a subject. Zhang Yi said respectfully. 3-Yin greets the Holy King. The black-robed figure said. Good. Yan Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Holy King, Gui Jianchou has already given up on the Ghost Torment Weave and moved to other weaves. The Ghost Torment Weave will soon become Great Zhen's territory. Only Sect Master Scarlet Sea still doesn't know what's good for him. He's unwilling to move or submit to Great Zhen. 3-Yin is willing to lead the army and contribute to Great Zhen, the leader of the 3-Yin sect immediately said. Approved. After the news of zombie Yan Chuan devouring the 12 saints spread, the expansion of Great Zhen's domain sped up. The 3-Yin domain and Ghost Abuse domain both belonged to Great Zhen. The Skeleton Sea domain also sped up. The leader of the Skeleton Sea sect barely held on for a few months. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he fled with some of his followers. At this point, Great Zhen's underworld territory had officially expanded into 5 domains. The Myriad Ghost Domain, Revered Heaven Domain, Skeleton Sea Domain, 3-Yin Domain, and Ghost Abuse Domain. Chapter 1289. Yang Realm, Xianyang. In the study room. Yan Chuan sat behind a desk with a long-haired man standing in front of him. There was a line of blood between the man's eyebrows, and he carried a long sword on his back. His aura was extremely luxurious. The man held a letter in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at the letter. Sage Monarch. This is Dugu Potion's letter of challenge. He still thinks that I am Dugu Butian. The man smiled slightly. Dugu Butian is already a thing of the past. The Dugu family of Dezhen is now under your control. You have also read this letter of challenge. What do you think? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. The man was the pavilion master of Heaven Mending Pavilion, Yan Chuan's nephew, Yan Wudi. He was also called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi pondered for a moment and said, in the letter of challenge, Dugu Butian is extremely arrogant. He said that any place in the world can be his battlefield. As long as I send him a letter, he can defeat me anywhere. He can unify the Dugu family. Heh, what do you think? Yan Chuan smiled. Sage monarch, you have led me into the heavenly secrets for 5,000 years. I already have enough foundation. Moreover, this heaven-mending sword of yours contains all of the foundation of the old patriarch, Dugu Butian. I am confident that I can defeat him. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Oh. In the past, Dugu Butian fought the sage Huazun Tian and was unable to win. I am confident that my strength is not weaker than the current sage. I can fight him. However, the location. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Location? In that case, I will accompany you to the Dugu family. Wouldn't it be better? Yan Chuan smiled. Yes. Dugu Wudi replied. Moreover, I also want to use this opportunity to verify something. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Oh. Dugu Butian, Dugu Butian. I can understand that he is called Butian, but why did he change his name to Butian? It is not that I am curious, but this name is too strange. Many people who change their names use their name to show their ambition. His ambition, Butian. Destroy the world. The Dugu clan had the 9 swords range. In other words, there were 9 bloodlines. However, the other bloodlines all supported heaven crushing, and in the end gave up on heaven mending, which belonged to the clan lord's bloodline. Old Master used mending the heavens to show his sincerity, and called it Dugu mending the heavens. Dugu Butian was indeed strange. The sage king suspects that Dugu Butian knows something, said Dugu Wudi gravely. That's right. Since the beginning of the first epoch, some people have mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, but was it really just internal friction? Internal friction? Only heroes would climb to the peak, the experts becoming more and more powerful. However, this world would become weaker and weaker. It was extremely abnormal. I think they are hiding in the dark, just like the explosive beast kings and the rock kings. They had a common goal. However, I have no choice but to wait for the right time, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. What does that have to do with heaven crushing? Dugu Wudi asked in a deep voice. The Lotus God attacked 1,000,000 years ago and destroyed the world. The sun of the netherworld collapsed, the sky died, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, the old races like the Rock Kings never appeared. Do they not care about the world and the common people? You have to know that the world exists in the void. If the world collapsed, all living beings would be annihilated. Even so, none of these people came out to stop the Lotus God. Is the Lotus God really invincible? The Lotus God had yet to transcend back then. He had yet to become immortal. If these old fellows came out, they might have been able to stop the Lotus God. However, none of them did. Why? Yan Chuan asked gravely. They don't care about the world collapsing? Dugu Wudi asked gravely. Yes. This is what I don't understand the most. They are also born of the world. Why don't they care about the world's safety? The world gave birth to all living beings, and the world is the foundation of their survival. Yet, they don't care. Perhaps Dugu Butian knows. Yan Chuan said gravely. Sage King, you are far-sighted. Dugu Wudi said after taking a deep breath. It is not that I am far-sighted, but I do feel that something is amiss. After all, in the Great Thousand Realms, during the era of Hongjun fought against the entire world alone. However, Hongjun can only hide in the shadows here. Or rather, he only dares to hide in the shadows. What is it that makes someone as arrogant as Hongjun cower in the shadows? Yan Chuan asked gravely. Dugu Wudi did not know about Hongjun's past, but he could feel Yan Chuan's seriousness. You should prepare first. Soon, I will follow you to the Dugu clan. Yen Chuan said gravely. Dugu Wudi nodded. Half a month later, in the upper study Yin Hentian, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Dayu returned. Sage King, the Divine Sword Domain, the East Sword Domain, the South Sword Domain, the West Sword Domain, and the North Sword Domain are now on the right track. Minister Li is in charge of everything. Everything is going according to plan. We have completely returned to Great Zhen. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Sage King, the cities have been conquered. We will return first. Meng Tian said with a smile. Good. You have returned just in time. This time, follow me to the South Outer Continent. Yen Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Everyone replied. Meow, are you going out again? I want to go too. Meow popped out of nowhere. Why are you here? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Meow, Sister Afang asked me to inform you. She said that Blind Kong is here again. Meow said. Oh. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Under Meow's lead, Yen Chuan led a group of people out of the upper study room. At the entrance of a large hall, Zhao Afang received Blind Kong in his group. Blind Kong, Kong Outyen, Pan Sheng, and a group of Blind Kong subordinates. Yen Di, we are here to disturb you again. Blind Kong smiled slightly. It's fine. It's my honor to have you all here. Please come in. Yen Chuan smiled. No, I am in a hurry to go back. Come, I just want to say a few words to Yen Di. I will leave immediately. Blind Kong took a deep breath. Oh. Yen Chuan was puzzled. In the past, I told Yen Di that a great era was about to arrive. Perhaps I underestimated this great era too much. It is coming faster and bigger than I imagined. Blind Kong sighed slightly. What do you mean? Our first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the great thousand world. The latter three were the three corpses that were killed by my first world. I wonder if Yen Di has heard of it. Blind Kong said in a low voice. I have heard of it. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The four great worlds may be undergoing a great change. Therefore, many experts will appear one after another. The heavenly path will be replenished much faster than expected. The entire world is likely to experience a great cleansing. Who knows how many people will die in this cleansing? How many families and races will fall? Blind Kong said in a low voice. How do you know? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. The Boulder Tribe. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Oh. In the face of this great cleansing, even the leader of the Boulder Tribe is afraid. He is worried that his tribe will be wiped out, let alone my Kong family. I am here today to ask Yen Di to come to the Kong family as soon as possible. Blind Kong said solemnly. The heavenly seeking token? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Yen Di should bring the heavenly seeking token. That is a great treasure of the Kong family, right? The heavenly seeking token is the key to the Kong family's rise. The sooner you open it, the more benefits you will receive. Yen Di, this treasure belongs to the Kong family in the end. Please don't think of monopolizing it. The Kong family guarantees that once we open the treasure of our entire family, we will repay you to the best of our ability. Blind Kong said solemnly. Yen Chuan frowned slightly. He looked at Blind Kong and fell silent for a while. I think Yen Di is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Yen Di has his own pride. Blind Kong said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yen Chuan finally nodded and said, I will be heading south. Soon, I will arrive at the Kong family. Thank you, Yen Di. Blind Kong bowed solemnly. Yen Chuan nodded. We will go back to make arrangements and wait for Yen Di's arrival. Farewell. Blind Kong said again. Yen Chuan nodded. Blind Kong led a group of people and quickly retreated. Yen Chuan watched the group of people leave. Kong family's treasure. Yin Hentian frowned. Yin Hentian, do you know anything about the Kong family? Yen Chuan asked. After all, among the people here, only Yin Hentian had memories of the Third Era. Although his memories were few, he had more right to speak than the others. Yin Hentian frowned and pondered for a while, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Yin Hentian said, I have some memories, but not much. Oh. Kong family. In the Third Era, when my ancestor sealed the memories in my bloodline, the Kong family was very powerful. The number one family in the world. Yin Hentian said in a low voice. The number one family in the world. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, this family had countless experts and also a large number of branches. Among them, one branch established the number one heavenly court, and another branch established the number one dojo in the world. Yin Hentian frowned. Number one heavenly court, number one dojo? Yen Chuan was surprised. Yes, the information I have about the Third Era is limited, but that is the truth. The Kong family pursued excellence and was the most indelible family in the Third Era. This family was too powerful. Yin Hentian sighed. Miao, is the Kong family that powerful? How did it decline to such an extent? Miao was puzzled. This, I don't know. However, since it is the Kong family's treasure, it must be extraordinary. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Kong family. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Miao, Yen Chuan, are you going to the southern continent immediately and then go to the Kong family? I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Miao suddenly thought of something and jumped non-stop. Zhaoafang looked at Yen Chuan with a look of anticipation. Zhaoafang, Yin Hentian, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Daiyu, and Miao, follow me. We will depart for the southern continent in 3 days. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The group of fierce generals shouted excitedly. Miao. Miao also cried out happily. In 3 days, Yen Chuan quickly arranged everything. On the third day, a group of people stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and headed towards the south. As for Dugu Wudi, he secretly went ahead and met up with the dragon carriage in the southern continent. Chapter 1290. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. Yen Chuan's dragon chariot finally arrived after several months of travel. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and endless auspicious clouds surrounded them. Auspicious qi soared into the sky, accompanied by heavenly music and a strange fragrance. Everyone understood that another heavenly Tao had been mended. Miao, another one. There are only 10 left. Miao stood on Yen Chuan's shoulder and frowned. Zhaoafang took a deep breath and said, every time the heavenly Tao is mended, the number of days will become more complicated. It will also become more difficult to deduce. Sage ruler, the void is also becoming more and more solid. If we want to shatter the void, we will need more power. Bai Qi said. 10 heavenly Tao. According to the current speed, it will take at most 1 year. After 1 year, heaven and earth will be mended. Yen Chuan said. Sage ruler, the Dugu family is in front. What are we going to do? Yin Hentian asked curiously. Watch the battle. Yen Chuan said seriously. Watch the battle. Everyone was puzzled. Dugu family. It was a boundless inland sea with countless islands on it. From afar, one could see cultivators flying in and out with swords on their backs. There was a huge island in the center. It was sword-shaped, and there were countless palaces at the sword hilt. Stop! Bai Qi shouted loudly. Roar! Roar! The 5 dragons roared and stopped. A row of figures appeared in front of the 5 dragons' chariot, blocking everyone. They were all dressed in black robes. They were very mysterious. Greetings, sage ruler. Everyone said respectfully. Are you ready? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. The leader of the black-robed men said seriously. Then let's begin. Yan Chuan said directly. Yes, sir. The leader replied. He waved his hand, and a black-robed subordinate quickly flew to the huge island in the distance. Yan Chuan led everyone and landed on a mountain peak not far away. The 5 dragons' chariot was left in the valley. Everyone looked at the huge island in the distance. Dugu family, the #1 swordsmanship family. It wasn't that the people of this clan were strong, but that the people of this clan were born to use swords, as if they were born to use swords. Even though they were both studying the same thing, sword cultivators were always much stronger than outsiders. In the outer southern continent, he had a great reputation. Patriarch Hall, 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Patian sat in the main seat. There were 9 thrones in front of him, and there was a person sitting on each of them. All of them had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic spirit. Dugu Patian took a deep breath and said, another heavenly Tao. There are only 10 left. That's right, Patriarch. Heaven and earth are about to be completed. Unfortunately, back then in the underworld, we weren't able to seize the position of a saint. A man said with a frown. Dugu Patian said solemnly, back then, the battle between Huazun Tian and I wasn't a lose-lose situation. Oh. Everyone looked at Dugu Patian in confusion. Huazun Tian and I fought in the depths of the stars, but because we disturbed an old monster from who knows where, we were injured by that old monster. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. What? Patriarch, you're saying that in the depths of the stars, someone injured you and Huazun Tian at the same time? A man said in surprise. Dugu Patian nodded. Who? How can there be such a powerful figure in the world? Dugu Patian recalled and said, there is indeed someone. He's very strong. At that time, on a star, that person was sitting at the peak of a mountain with Butterfly Queen, drinking tea and admiring the moon. He said that Huazun Tian and I disturbed his mood. I heard him say that his surname is Miao. Miao. Is there a strong Miao clan in this world? I don't think I've heard of it. Everyone recalled in surprise. That's right. It's not that I haven't heard of it, but the ancient records of my Dugu family are all sealed in that heaven-mending sword. If we can open the information in that sword, perhaps we will know more. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. Heaven-mending sword. Patriarch, now that the person has been found, and he has a deep relationship with Dezhen, why don't we go? Can we just send a letter of challenge? What if he doesn't accept the challenge? A man said worriedly. Dugu Potion's face was cold and gloomy. I will force him out. At most, I will wait for a year. After a year, if Dugu Butian doesn't send any news, I will personally go to Xianyang City. Patriarch, it seems like you will definitely go to Xianyang City. Dugu Butian was not your opponent in the past, and now he is definitely far from being your opponent. He will definitely hide in his shell. Patriarch, you think too highly of Dugu Butian. His lineage is extremely pedantic, and they only think about the heaven-mending Tao. How can they have the time to sharpen their sword skills? While everyone was talking in the main hall, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. How dare you? You dare to barge into the Dugu family? By the order of the Patriarch, we will honor the promise of the traitor Dugu Butian and start another family war to re-establish the sovereignty of the Dugu family. A clear voice sounded in the sky. Boom! This explosive shout instantly caused an uproar on all the surrounding islands. In the Nine Swords Hall, the faces of Dugupatian and the others suddenly sank. He's here. Everyone was surprised. Dugupatian stepped out of the main hall. More and more disciples of the Dugu family gathered in the surroundings. Dugupatian saw a black-robed man in the sky with a glance. You are Dugupatian? Dugupatian asked in a deep voice. I am the Nine Swords lineage's lineage master. Dugupatian, the patriarch has agreed to your request. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nine Swords lineage's lineage master. Someone beside Dugupatian said solemnly. Agreed? Where is he? Where is Dugupatian? Dugupatian asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, the patriarch is not called Dugupatian. He is called Dugawudi. Dugawudi. Ha ha ha, he is not called Butian anymore. Dugupatian laughed in surprise. The patriarch's thoughts are not something a traitor like you can understand. The patriarch has agreed to your request for battle. The location is here. The place where the previous patriarch was defeated. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, you have some courage. The pride of the Dugu family has not been lost. You will stand up from where you fell. Where is he? When? Dugupatian asked with a smile. The patriarch is on the other side of the sea. We are waiting for you to recover and reach your peak condition. Then, we will begin immediately, the black-robed man said. Whoosh! Everyone turned their heads to look at the other side of the sea. Indeed, Yen Chuan's group and a group of black-robed men stood at the summit of a distant mountain peak. There's no need to wait. Dugawudi, come out. Dugupatian shouted. Boom! The entire sea was filled with raging waves. At the summit of a distant mountain peak, Dugawudi stood at Yen Chuan's side. When Dugawudi heard the distant shout, he looked at Yen Chuan. Go, then. We will keep an eye on the others for you. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Dugawudi nodded. Dugawudi stepped forward and flew out. In the distance, the messenger quickly flew back. Soon, he flew across the sea and returned to Yen Chuan's side. Bai Qi and the others looked at these black-robed men curiously. Everyone understood that these were the elites of Heaven Mending Pavilion. However, the officials and the public did not know much about the hidden Heaven Mending Pavilion. Dugawudi slowly flew over the sea. Wherever he flew, the surging sea instantly calmed down. It was as if there was a power that flattened the entire sea. In the distance, Dugupatian's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, all of you, stand guard here. Yes. Everyone answered. Dugupatian stepped forward and flew over the sea. Dugawudi and Dugupatian were far away. You are Dugawudi. Are you hiding because you can't see anyone? Dugupatian sneered. If you have the ability, then lift my black robe yourself. Dugawudi said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Good. As expected of the former Heaven Mending faction. Dugupatian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly saw the sword on Dugawudi's back. Heaven Mending sword. Dugupatian narrowed his eyes. Shing! Heaven Mending sword suddenly flew into Dugawudi's hand. It's great that you can bring it here. After you are defeated, I will leave a place for you in the Dugu family. Dugupatian said in a deep voice. Ha! You want to merge with us? Dugawudi said coldly. You should know that the world is about to change. My Dugu family doesn't have much time left. We must merge. Dugupatian said in a deep voice. Not much time. What do you mean not much time? Dugawudi said in a deep voice. You don't understand. Dugupatian said in surprise. What do I need to understand? Tell me clearly. Also, why did the 9 Swords branch betray the family head and join you? Is it because of your strength? Dugu Wudi questioned. However, Dugu Patian revealed a trace of doubt when Dugu Wudi questioned him. You actually don't know. You haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. Dugu Patian suddenly sneered. What do you mean? The original Dugu Butian should have known. However, he was an incomparably stubborn madman. The heavenly Tao collapsed, but he still wanted to mend the heavenly Tao. He had no choice but to be rejected by my Dugu family. However, he didn't tell you the reason. Ha 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 ha. You can't possibly think that he's right, right? Dugu Patian laughed strangely. 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. That's right. The memories in your bloodline should have let you know when you reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. However, you actually don't know. It seems that you still haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. You are no match for me. Surrender. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. The memories sealed in the Dugu family's bloodline. Is it related to your heaven-crushing? What exactly is it? Dugu Wudi shouted again. The mission of my Dugu family is not to mend the heavens, but to destroy the heavens. He was completely wrong back then, yet he stubbornly continued to mend the heavens. Humph. Bloodline memories. What exactly are they? Dugu Wudi continued to ask. Dugu Patian raised his eyebrows. Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You haven't even reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal, yet you dare to be impudent before me? Come, if you can remain undefeated under my sword, I'll tell you. Dugu Wudi did not hesitate. He instantly stabbed out with the Heavenmen's sword. Boom! A white astral sword suddenly streaked through the void and charged towards Dugu Patian. Where the astral sword passed, the sea below suddenly split into 2 huge waves. It advanced courageously towards Dugu Patian. Dugu Patian's eyes narrowed. You have some skills. He turned his longsword, and a black astral sword shot towards the Heavenmen's sword. 2 astral swords, one black and one white, collided on the surface of the sea. Boom! Chapter 1291. Netherworld, Southern Outer Continent. In a densely forested area. The fog was thick, and ghosts were scattered around. Stepping into the forest, one would feel a chill wind invading their body. It was extremely eerie. Blind Kong and his group slowly made their way through the forest. Senior Blind Kong, why is your Kong family hiding in such a dark place? Pan Xing frowned. It's the same reason why your Rock family is hiding in the easternmost part of the Yang realm. Blind Kong smiled. Wait. There's something in front. Kong Outyen raised his eyebrows. Kong Outyen was about to rush forward. Outyen, don't move. Blind Kong suddenly said in a low voice. Kong Outyen frowned, but he understood that Blind Kong was worried that something might happen to him. A few subordinates quickly went over, and soon a voice was heard. Ancestor, it's a member of my Kong family, but... Blind Kong and the others quickly walked over. They saw several corpses lying on the ground. Something happened at home. Blind Kong raised his eyebrows. Blind Kong reached out and touched one of the corpses. Buzz! The corpse suddenly emitted a green light, and then a ball of light emerged from its head. It was a soul. The soul was in a daze. What happened to me? I'm dead. The soul suddenly said in fear. Speak, what happened? Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, it's Hierarch Yu Hai. He killed us, and he wants to find out where my Kong family is. We would rather die than submit, so. The soul said sadly. Child, you did well. The Kong family is proud of you. Blind Kong comforted. Hierarch Yu Hai. Hierarch Yuhai. Isn't that bronze coffin great sage's teacher? Kong Outyen's expression changed. Hierarch Yuhai is here because of bronze coffin great sage's death. Blind Kong frowned. It's all Yen Chuan's fault. If it weren't for the sky-burying coffin, we wouldn't have had to fight to the death with bronze coffin great sage. Now, we even provoked Hierarch Yuhai. This is bad. Kong Outyen suddenly shouted. Enough. Blind Kong stopped Kong Outyen from continuing. Ancestor, you don't have to protect Yen Chuan. He's a jinx. If it weren't for him, why would there be so much trouble? That's Hierarch Yuhai we're talking about. Rumor has it that in the past, even Reverend Heaven and Sage would bow to him as a junior when they see him. Our Kong clan is still weak right now, so we thought we could do it without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that we still ended up provoking him? It's all Yen Chuan's fault. It's all Yen Chuan's fault. Kong Outyen said anxiously. Proud Heaven, stop talking. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, can I not say it? Back then, I was the last to kill the copper coffin great sage, so Sect Master Yuhai would definitely come for revenge. It's all Yen Chuan's fault. He wanted the heaven-burying coffin and the Kong clan's heaven-seeking token. It's all his fault. Kong Outyen's face twisted. Shut up. Even if anyone from the Kong clan dies, it won't be your turn. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Kong Outyen's face was still filled with resentment, but he did not dare to say anything. Blind Kong slowly sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a glassy wheel appeared. The wheel spun slowly, and streams of light enveloped Blind Kong. After a long while, Blind Kong took a deep breath and stood up. How's the Kong clan? Kong Outyen asked worriedly. The Kong clan has suffered some casualties, but fortunately, the clan leader is wise. He brought his people and moved them away. However, the Kong clan is indeed in danger this time. Apart from Hierarch Yuhai, there are other experts here. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ah. It seems like Hierarch Yuhai and these people aren't here for the heaven-burying coffin. They're here for the Kong clan's treasure. Humph, how can we allow others to lay their hands on the Kong clan's treasure? Blind Kong snorted coldly. Senior Blind Kong, don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt you. I promised the clan leader. Pan Xing immediately said. Blind Kong nodded. Let's meet up with the clan leader first and make arrangements as soon as possible. We'll wait for Yen Chuan to arrive. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Outside the Dugu clan. Dugu Wudi and Dugu Potion's swords clashed. Boom! The seawater in the entire sea was blasted into the sky. Repair the heavens with a sword. Dugu Wudi shouted. Whoosh! A gust of cold air shot out from the sword, spreading in all directions. The seawater that was soaring into the sky froze instantly, turning into huge icicles that shot into the sky. No, you're already at the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Did you lie to me just now? Dugu Patian shouted angrily. Dugu Wudi's sword was definitely not something anyone below the sixth heaven could execute. Dugu Patian naturally thought that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the long sword in his hand suddenly exploded with billions of sword chi. Boom! A storm of sword chi suddenly swept up in all directions. The sword chi wreaked havoc and spread in all directions. The originally frozen sea was instantly shattered by the raging sword chi. Beside Yen Chuan, everyone watched solemnly. Some of the sword chi even seeped into Yen Chuan. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves. The three swords of Jade Emperor, God, and Grand Emperor flew out. The three swords' bodies shook and turned into human form. Greetings, Master. The three swords said respectfully. Yan Chuan nodded. The three swords turned their heads to look at the vast storm of sword chi. Countless sword chi rushed over, but in front of the three swords, they were automatically annihilated. Good sword skill. The Grand Emperor said solemnly. The storm of sword chi has such a pattern. This person's sword Dao is already minute. Jade Emperor said solemnly. Master, who are these two people fighting? God asked curiously. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, don't care who they are. Learn from their strengths to make up for your weaknesses. Yes. The three deities answered. Meow, I can't see inside. It's all sword chi, black and white. The battle between these two is so boring. Meow shook its head. God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were speechless. The three of them felt that the battle in front of them was too exciting. Solitary sword. Dugu Wudi's shout came from inside. Solitary sword. Dugu Potion's voice also came from inside. A huge sword light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. Even through the endless sword chi, one could see a sharp light shooting out from inside. It instantly formed two heavenly swords that slashed in two directions. Wherever the two heavenly swords passed, they were unparalleled. Within 10,000 miles, there were two vast earth trenches on the ground. The two of them were clearly using the sword skills of the Dugu family. Good, the essence of the Dugu family is these 9 swords. Let me see how much you've learned. Dugu Potion's voice came from inside. Solitary 2 swords. Solitary 2 swords. Boom. 4 huge heavenly swords shot out in 4 directions. Solitary 3 swords. Solitary 4 swords. Boom. The original sword chi suddenly doubled in size and spread out in all directions. Large amounts of sword chi rushed towards Yan Chuan and the rest. However, with the 3 deities present, all the sword chi turned invisible. Sage King, the disciples of the Dugu family in the distance still respect this battle. None of them came forward. Bai Qi said. That's for the best. It saves us the trouble of fighting. Yan Chuan nodded. Just like that, 2 hours later, endless sword chi shot out. It was difficult to determine the outcome. How is this possible? Your strength has actually surpassed the 7th level of Ancestral Immortal. Dugu Patian said solemnly. Humph, solitary 5 swords. Solitary 6 swords. Huh, kid, you actually have the strength of an 8th level of Ancestral Immortal. Dugu Patian laughed loudly. Boom. Sword chi shot out. The battle inside became more and more fierce. The sound of swords clashing made everyone anxious. Solitary 7 swords. Dugu Wudi shouted. What? Boom. There was another sound of collision. Kid, you are indeed a sword genius. As expected of a descendant of the Dugu family. Ha ha ha, you can actually unleash the might of a 9th level of Ancestral Immortal. This is your limit, right? I can see that. If that's all, you've lost. That's because I've already cultivated the solitary 8 swords. Dugu Patian shouted. Not good. Bai Qi's face sank. Yan Chuan also narrowed his eyes. Sage King, Dugu Wudi seems to have reached his limit. Grand Emperor said anxiously. Sage King, do we need to help? Jade Emperor immediately asked. Yan Chuan shook his head. Wait a little longer. Dugu 8 swords, break for me. Dugu Potion's loud shout rang out. Boom. The sword chi that was originally surrounding everyone exploded with a loud bang and disappeared in an instant. Everyone immediately saw what was inside. Dugu Patian was in the sky. He stabbed down with a sword aura. The sword aura had 16 blades. It was as if the axes of 8 swords had overlapped, leaving 16 blades. From the sky, it looked like a sword-shaped giant flower was charging towards Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi's heaven-mending sword formed a sword aura that crashed into the sky. Boom! The two sword auras were heavily injured, and the void exploded. However, Dugu Patian was better. He stabbed down bit by bit, and Dugu Wudi's sword aura was shattered bit by bit. Dugu Potion's sword aura got closer and closer to Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi was surrounded by a blood mist. His surging aura caused the surrounding space to tremble. He was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Yan Chuan knew that Dugu Wudi had reached his limit. He was surrounded by a blood mist. It was obvious that he had used a super divine art. Under the black robe was a head of blood hair. Under such circumstances, he still couldn't defeat Dugu Patian. Dugu Potion's abilities are on par with mine. Bai Qi said with a frown. Dugu Wudi is about to lose. Meng Tian said solemnly. Miao, should we go and help? Miao asked anxiously. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly said, no, the situation has changed. Oh. Everyone looked over. They saw a ray of white light emerge from Dugu Wudi's black robe. A huge heavenly Tao projection suddenly appeared around Dugu Wudi. However, there were countless cracks on this projection. It was a broken heavenly Tao. Rumble. The cracks on the broken heavenly Tao were mending one after another. Mending the heavenly Tao. Mending the heavenly Tao at this time. Miao said in surprise. High in the sky, Dugu Potion's expression also changed. Bastard, Dugu Wudi, you're still so stubborn. You're still thinking about mending the heavens? You're going against my Dugu family's ancestral teachings. Die for me. Dugu Patian shouted. Boom! The huge 16-edged sword aura erupted with boundless might again. It tore through the void and destroyed Dugu Wudi. At this moment, Dugu Potion's heavenly Tao mended faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, white light illuminated the surroundings. Boom! The last crack was mended with a loud bang. The heavenly Tao seed that Dugu Patian left behind back then had finally fully matured. Rumble! Rolling auspicious clouds and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Heavenly music drifted in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Endless virtue surged into Dugu Wudi's body. At the same time, the newly mended heavenly Tao entered Dugu Wudi's body. Dugu 9 swords. Dugu Wudi suddenly roared. Boom! The heavenly Tao behind him suddenly split into two. One of them suddenly slashed down vertically. It was as if the entire heavenly Tao had turned into a longsword. A colossal sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth slashed toward Dugu Patian. Ah! Chapter 1292. Boom! The heavenly Tao that Dugu Wudi had just replenished suddenly borrowed boundless energy. The Dugu 9 swords and boundless weapons slashed at Dugu Patian. As the sword descended, an unrivaled aura of weapons spread out in the air. A huge sword-shaped lotus flower bloomed around Dugu Wudi. A vast might slashed down. Dugu Potion's Dugu 8 swords could not hold on. Boom! The manifested swords exploded, charging at Dugu Patian with unstoppable momentum. Arg! Dugu Patian screamed. Boom! The huge sword that looked like a heavenly Tao slashed down, creating a huge crack in the world. As the sword slashed down, the sea below shattered into countless pieces. A huge trench hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide appeared, showing the tyranny of this sword strike. Dugu Patian was slashed into the trench by the sword strike. Weapon. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like it. The weapon heavenly vein. Zhao Feng exclaimed in shock. Miao. What is the weapon heavenly vein? Miao asked curiously. In the great 1,000 realms, there were 3,000 heavenly Taos. Among them, there were 9 special heavenly daos called heavenly veins. The other heavenly daos were subordinate to these 9 heavenly veins. It was like these 9 heavenly veins were monarchs, and the other heavenly daos were subjects. They were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Anyone who controls a heavenly vein is no weaker than an ordinary great Tao. Originally, I thought that this was not the case in the first world, but Yan Chuan said seriously. Holy King, this does look like the weapon heavenly vein of the great 1,000 realms. Bai Qi suddenly said with certainty. Looks like. You think so too? Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. At the side, Yin Hentian said gravely, Holy King, looks like. Perhaps it is. Oh. The great evil world, great kindness world, and greater 1,000 world were all created by the first world. That is to say, many of them are similar to the first world. Of course, there are definitely some differences. However, in essence, the other 3 worlds are all clones of the first world. Whatever the greater 1,000 world has, the first world will also have. At most, there will be some changes. Yan Chuan's pupils constricted. Immediately reacted. In other words, this is the most primitive weapon's heavenly vein. Weapons are the main weapon of the heavens. When I was in the vast 1,000 realms, I once obtained a weapon Dao lead and gave it to him. At that time, the weapon Dao lead was a heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-opening axe that could open up a small world. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yan Chuan said solemnly. What Dugu Patian said just now was that the Dugu family's bloodline had a mission of breaking the heavens and not mending the heavens. However, the old family head insisted on mending the heavens. In fact, it wasn't because he didn't care about the ancestral teachings in his bloodline, nor was it because he was stubborn. It was because he finally understood the true intentions of his ancestors. His ancestors' intentions were to obtain the heavenly armament vein. That is the true meaning of breaking the heavens. Zhao Fang raised his eyebrows. In the vast 1,000 realms, there are 9 heavenly veins, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The heavenly path that I control, the head of the 1,000 suns, might be one of them. I once suspected it, but it was different from the vast 1,000 realms, so I didn't think about it. Now, if this is the heavenly armament vein, then mine is also a heavenly vein. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Miao, then which is the head of the 1,000 suns? Miao asked curiously. Qian. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. The Qian heavenly vein. Qian. Why is it so far behind? Miao asked curiously. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Each of the 9 heavenly veins has its own mysteries. There is no distinction between the front and the back. Miao, fine. You can flatter yourself. Miao. By the way, was there nothing else in the vast 1,000 realms other than these 9 heavenly veins? Miao asked curiously. There was also the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhao Fang said. 6 paths of reincarnation? Yin Hentian asked with a frown. What's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. King Sage, this is different from the vast 1,000 realms. In the first realm, according to my ancestors' memory, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation. Yin Hentian said with a frown. Oh. According to my ancestors' memory, there are 60 paths of reincarnation in this realm. Yin Hentian said. 60. Zhao Fang was shocked. Yes. Yin Hentian confirmed. Everyone frowned slightly. In the distance, after Dugu Wudi's sword, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Family head. No. Family head. The disciples of the Dugu family burst into Jiaohu. Bai Qi and the rest waited solemnly. However, the Dugu family still had their pride and did not charge into the battle. Cough 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 cough. Coughing sounds could be heard from the depths of the earth trench. Dugu Patian, who was covered in wounds and blood, slowly climbed out of the earth trench. He had climbed out. This was because Dugu Patian did not have any strength left and his face was covered in blood. He looked furious. The Dugu 9 swords. You've finally mastered it. You've won. Cough cough cough. Dugu Patian said unwillingly as he coughed up blood. The weapon heavenly vein behind Dugu Wudi disappeared. Alright, Dugu Patian. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said gravely. Unwillingness flashed in Dugu Potion's eyes as he said, You won. Even without me saying anything, you have the right to take control of the family. Unexpectedly, I, Dugu Patian, schemed for so many times, but in the end, it all came to nothing. Ha 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 ha. Dugu Potion's face was filled with bitterness. It's not just that. I want to know the message in your bloodline. Why is your name Patian? Why do you want to break the heavens? Heaven and earth gave birth to you and nurtured you, nurturing all living beings. You do not think of repaying heaven and earth but only want to break the heavens. Dugu Wudi said. Dugu Wudi, are you messing with me? You can defeat me, so how could you not know? Dugu Patian thought that Dugu Wudi was humiliating him. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said once more. Bullshit. Every member of the Dugu clan is at the 6th firmament of ancestral immortal realm. Heaven and earth are in operation. After severing the 3 corpses, heaven and earth are recuperating. Once it's fully recuperated, it will fuse the 3 corpses again, and the 4 realms will become one. At that time, everyone in the Dugu clan will die. Completely obliterated. How could you not know? Dugu Patian said hatefully. What? 4 realms becoming one. Dugu Wudi's expression changed. Humph. My Dugu clan wants to destroy this unification. It's called breaking the heavens. Yet, you are helping to mend the heavens. Are you trying to wipe out my entire clan? You still have the face to ask me? Dugu Patian rebuked angrily. In the distance, the expressions of Yan Chuan's group changed as well. They seemed to have grasped something. 4 realms becoming one. After the unification, the Dugu clan would be obliterated? What did that mean? Only the Dugu clan, or everyone? Breaking the heavens? Breaking the heavenly Tao, causing this world to become incomplete? Was that the Dugu clan's mission? Also, those old monsters hidden in this world did not stop the Lotus Goddess when she destroyed this world. Was that related? Did they allow her to destroy it? Did they not want the world to be restored? But, if there was no world, then apart from transcendence, all living beings would perish. If those old monsters really did not want the world to be restored in the past, then why did they come out now and want to restore it? There were too many doubts. Yan Chuan felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Dugu Patian, 4 realms becoming one and the Dugu clan being obliterated? What do you mean? Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. In the distance, Dugu Wudi also shouted, Speak. Dugu Patian fell to the ground. He looked at Yan Chuan in the distance, then at Dugu Wudi. How could you not know? The ancestor's message was vague, but he told us to remember that we must stop the world from becoming stronger. When necessary, we can damage it. As long as one is at the 6th level of ancestral immortal realm, this memory will be unlocked. Unless. Dugu Potion's expression changed. Unless, you are not a disciple of the Dugu clan. Who are you? You are not Dugu Wudi. Dugu Patian cried out in alarm. The complexions of the Dugu family's experts changed when they heard this scream. Boom! A group of experts charged straight at them. Who are you? You pretended to be a disciple of our Dugu clan and stole the heaven-mending sword. The Dugu clan's experts all stepped forward and shouted. Apart from the Dugu clan's patriarch, the Dugu clan also had 9 peerless experts from the 9 Swords branch. At that moment, they all rushed over and stared at Dugu Wudi. The heaven-mending sword was the symbol of the patriarch. It also sealed many things of the Dugu clan. If the person in front of them was a member of the Dugu clan, then so be it. But if he wasn't, then they had to take back the heaven-mending sword. Boom! In the distance, Yan Chuan's group also stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan's group stood behind Dugu Wudi. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu all emitted soaring auras. Meow! Meow shouted, and a large number of heavenly Daos vaguely appeared in the void. They all looked coldly at the people in front of them. Stop! Dugu Patian shouted. Patriarch? Everyone looked at Dugu Patian. Help me up! Dugu Patian shouted. With the help of an expert from the Dugu clan, Dugu Patian stood up. Who are you? Dugu Wudi. How did you get the inheritance of the heaven-mending sword? If it wasn't for the permission of the previous patriarch, you definitely wouldn't be able to connect with it. Who are you? Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. In the past, I was once the adopted son of the Dugu clan. Later, I got the inheritance of Dugu Butian and became the patriarch. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. As expected, you're not a member of the Dugu clan. Dugu Butian? He's old and muddle-headed. He actually let an outsider be the patriarch. Outsider? Instantly, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The heaven-mending sword is my clan's keepsake. Please return it to me. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. Impossible. I'm the patriarch of the Dugu clan. This sword is also my sword. If you want to take it, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dugu Wudi said coldly. Bastard! The group of Dugu clan disciples shouted angrily. Endless sword Dao ferocious Qi rushed towards Dugu Wudi. Bang! The auras of Bai Qi, the 3 emperors, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu also rushed over. The auras of the 2 sides collided, and an intense explosion resounded in the sky. Bang! The sky shook. Cough! 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 Dugu Patian spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch? Everyone looked anxiously at Dugu Patian. Let them go. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. What? Dugu Wudi, remember this. The heaven-mending sword belongs to my Dugu family. I can't stop you this time, but there will be a day when I will take back the heaven-mending sword. Dugu Patian shouted. Chapter 1293. The dragon carriage traveled through the southern outer continent. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky. Another heavenly Dao has been mended. Meow. Meow looked at the sky in surprise. Yan Chuan looked at the black-robed man, Dugu Wudi. Thank you, Sage King, for not pursuing the Dugu family. Dugu Wudi said respectfully. The black-robed men behind him were all grateful. Even though the Dugu clan is divided, it's still a single entity in the end. Now that you have the strength to contend against Dugu Patian, I won't ask any more questions. You can deal with it on your own. Yes. Cough. Dugu Wudi coughed. You're injured. Heh, it's fine. Before the heavenly Dao was mended, I was no match for Dugu Patian and suffered some injuries. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. Dugu Wudi smiled bitterly. Dugu family, 9 Sword Hall. A group of peerless experts of the Dugu family stood guard for Dugu Patian. Dugu Patian sat cross-legged in the hall, meditating. After more than 10 days, he slowly opened his eyes. Patriarch, are you alright? Everyone asked worriedly. Much better. Dugu Patian nodded. But Patriarch, why did you let them go that day? Why did you let them go? It's not like we can't get the heaven-mending sword. An expert frowned. Dugu Patian shook his head and said, you can't stop Yan Chuan's group. Why? The 9 of us are all 8th firmament ancestral immortals. Everyone said anxiously. You've been in seclusion all this time, ignoring the news of the world. Do you know that Yan Chuan has just eaten 12 sages? Dugu Patian said bitterly. What? Eaten? 12 sages? That's impossible. Where did so many sages come from? Everyone exclaimed. Do you still remember the phenomenon not long ago? Dark clouds covered the sky. The heavenly Tao was affected. That's right. Ming Tianhan from the underworld's great punishment heavenly court used 4 sages to forcefully control the heavenly Tao. Descend the position of saint, 15. Dugu Patian said solemnly. Ah. I just received this news not too long ago. This is a big matter, so I didn't have time to verify it. However, the news from the great Qin city proves everything. Of the 15 saints, 12 were eaten by Yan Chuan, 2 were killed by Wu Jiong, and only 1 survived. Moreover, Ming Tianhan's heaven's eye suddenly disappeared for some reason. Dugu Patian said in a low voice. Yan Chuan. So powerful. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Just as everyone was solemn. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard in the sky above the Dugu family. Then, dark clouds covered the sky. For a moment, a majestic heavenly might rushed down. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed as they quickly walked out of the hall. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and for a moment, a storm raged. Crash. The disciples of the Dugu family suddenly knelt down one by one. An irresistible thought surged into his mind. Not good. How could this be? The expressions of the peerless experts changed drastically. However, no one seemed to be able to hold on. The boundless arrogance of the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In an instant, everyone suddenly knelt down. Dugu Potion's expression was extremely unsightly as he knelt down, unable to even raise his head. Is it fate? Dugu Potion's expression suddenly changed as he thought of a possibility. The Dugu family's patriarch, Dugu Patian, greets Senior. Dugu Patian suddenly shouted. A voice slowly came from the dark clouds, so the Dugu family still has descendants. Yes, we are all disciples of the Dugu family. Dugu Patian shouted again. AI. He couldn't endure the passage of time and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. The voice contained an ancient aura. Senior, you know our primogenitor? Dugu Patian asked in pleasant surprise. In 6 months, I will bestow upon all of you a saint position. A saint must take responsibility for the people of the world. A saint's strength must be at least 9 levels of ancestral immortal. 6 months later, the saint position will descend. The ancient voice sounded. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and everything returned to normal. The pressure in everyone's hearts also disappeared, and the disciples of the Dugu family slowly stood up. Their faces were filled with fear and pleasant surprise. Saint position. Saint position. Dugu Potion's eyes lit up. Patriarch, who was that just now? I don't know. With my cultivation at the 9th level of ancestral immortal realm, I actually couldn't resist at all in front of his divine sense. This person is too strong, too strong. Dugu Patian said in shock. Just a divine sense. Yes, it's definitely a divine sense and not fate. However, the aura is extremely similar to fate's aura. I don't know who it is, but it looks like my Dugu family's primogenitor has a relationship with this person. Dugu Patian said solemnly. A saint? If I become a saint, perhaps I can take back the heaven-mending sword. Dugu Potion's expression changed. Go. Immediately investigate where Yan Chuan's group went. Yes. 5 months later, Yan Chuan's group arrived in the netherworld. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and shot off in a direction. Sage ruler, we will arrive at the Kong family in 3 days. Bai Qi said with a smile. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Boom. Another heavenly Tao was mended in the world. Meow. 2999. Only one remains. Meow said as she looked at the sky. The heavens are about to be mended. The last one. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Hentian, do you know the origin of fate? Yan Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian looked at the sky and thought for a while before replying, this subject has some memories. Very few, very few. Oh. During the 3rd epoch, the person who controlled fate was called Sui, Yin Hentian said sullenly. Sui. Bai Qi's expression changed. The first person who controlled fate in the Great Thousand Realms was Sui. Later, he died. Perhaps Sui could revive, but he could only revive in the Great Thousand Realms. It is impossible for him to appear here. Yan Chuan nodded. It looks like Sui entered the Great Thousand Realms during the 3rd epoch. Rumor has it that fate was created by Sui and another person. Furthermore, Sui was that person's disciple. However, that person's whereabouts were unknown. Only then did fate allow Sui to control it. Yin Hentian explained. That person? Who? Bai Qi asked curiously. In the history of the Great Thousand Realms, Sui was the first generation of fate. He was the oldest person. However, Bai Qi did not expect that there would be someone here who understood fate better. This subject does not know much. I only know a name. He seems to be called Nest, Yin Hentian said. Nest? Everyone frowned. Perhaps, the heavenly axiom is recovering one after another because of the nest. Yan Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Chapter 1294. Netherworld, outer southern continent and azure sea churned endlessly. On the surface of the sea, countless evil spirits struggled to rise to the surface. Whoa! Ah! Save me! The countless evil spirits struggled, but they could not break free of the sea's shackles. Countless cultivators stood at the shore of the sea in the distance, looking at the sea in awe. Boom! The sea suddenly converged and disappeared. A blue-robed old man stood in the center of the sea. He stared coldly at the corpses before him. Clearly, this blue-robed old man was the one who brought out the sea earlier. It was like Yan Chuan's sea of blood. Whoosh! A large number of cultivators in the surroundings rushed over. Old ancestor, is there any news? A man immediately asked. The blue-robed old man showed a cold expression. The Kong clan disciples are really stubborn. Humph. No matter how stubborn they are, they cannot escape my remote sea soul refining. Old ancestor is mighty. Everyone said in a flattering tone. Ever since I accidentally received a piece of news that the Kong clan's treasure trove was about to open, I led the experts of the 5 weaves here. This Kong clan head, Peacock Z, also made a prompt decision to leave with all the Kong clan disciples. Humph. The blue-robed old man said seriously. Old ancestor, this Kong clan is not very famous in the netherworld's outer southern continent. What treasure trove can it have? Old ancestor, you are the sect master remote sea. Is there any treasure in the world that can force old ancestor to mobilize so many people? That man asked again. What do you know? The Kong clan is not famous. This is only because the Kong clan's descendants are disappointing. Rumor has it that during the 3rd epoch, who in the world dared to not give the Kong clan face? Back then, even Heaven's master, Sui, was extremely polite to the Kong clan. He even made an agreement with Heaven not to involve the Kong clan. Even heaven did not provoke the Kong clan. How strong is the Kong clan? The strongest clan in the world. It is unrivaled. The sect master Remote C said seriously. Ah. Everyone felt shocked. Serves the Kong family right for being too ostentatious. Near the end of the Third Era, they were almost wiped out. I don't know who they offended, but the items of the number one family in the world back then, even if it's a cultivation method, are still very valuable. Hierarch Yuhai said with a deep voice. Serves the Kong family right for being unlucky, and I should be the lucky one as well. I actually learned about this treasure trove from a disciple of the Kong family. It's a treasure trove that the Kong family left as a backup plan back in the day. It's just that the junior is useless and can't use it. Ha 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 ha. Hierarch Yuhai said excitedly. Ancestor is wise. However, where are the Kong clan's people hiding? That man asked. Peacock Z knows how to hide. Even the disciples of the Kong family who were left outside don't know. Humph, but it doesn't matter. When I was refining them, I received news that the Kong family will appear again. They are waiting for someone. That person has the key to opening the treasury. Said Hierarch Yuhai in a deep voice. Ah. Therefore, the Kong family will definitely appear again and come out to pick up that person. The Kong family disciple who picks him up will definitely know where Peacock Z is. Sect Master Yuhai said in a low voice. As long as we catch him, we can follow the vine to the melon. This time, I've brought all the elites of the 5 territories. I swear that I will obtain the Kong family's treasure trove. Everyone, keep your eyes open. Search, search with all your might. Don't let any of the Kong family disciples go. Anyone who catches one will be heavily rewarded. Hierarch Yuhai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. Everyone quickly scattered in all directions. Yen Chuan's dragon carriage was flying in the netherworld's southern outer region. On the dragon carriage, Yin Hentian held a map in his hand. This is the Peacock territory. The Kong family's residence. Why don't I see many peacocks? Miao asked curiously. In this world, the peacocks are indeed not very strong. Yen Chuan nodded. Lord Yin, how much longer? Bai Qi asked. This is the map that Blind Kong sent over years ago. According to the map, we will arrive in the south in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yin Hentian said. Everyone nodded. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed very quickly. Soon, the dragon carriage stopped in midair. The Kong family? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Below them was an extremely secluded huge valley. There were countless palaces around the valley. However, at this moment, everything had changed. Most of the palaces had become a pile of ruins. The secluded valley also seemed to have suffered an unprecedented disaster. Many of the surrounding mountains had collapsed. More than 10 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Miao. Miao's eyes widened. It's here. Zhao Afong frowned. It's here. Yin Hentian nodded affirmatively. The Kong family has been massacred. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Fortunately, there aren't many corpses. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Descend. Yen Chuan said again. Roar. The 5 dragons quickly descended. Bai Qi waved his hand. Boom. A strong gust of wind blew away the surrounding ruins, forming a flat ground for Yen Chuan to rest his feet on. He stepped off the dragon carriage. Everyone walked over to a corpse. Zhao Afong pointed his finger. The soul is gone. It must have been forcefully removed. Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Forcefully removed. It seems like someone is looking for trouble with the Kong family. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Hentian nodded and said, there aren't many corpses here. It seems like most of the Kong family members have escaped. Since the Kong family members have escaped, what should we do? Miao shook her head and said. Blind Kong knows that we are coming, so he will definitely send people to check. Let's just wait here. Meng Tian, bury these corpses. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Meng Tian dealt with the corpses on the ground. Yen Chuan looked around. The rest of you, go around and find out what happened here. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone spread out. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Daiyu, Yin Hentian, and the three emperor swords flew in all directions. They went to find people to ask. Meng Tian took care of the corpses and quickly flew in all directions. At the dragon carriage, only Yen Chuan, Zhao Fang, and Miao were left. Miao, there is one more heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth will be complete soon. Miao suddenly looked at the sky. Miao, what's wrong? Zhao Fang asked curiously. Miao shook her head and said, I don't know either. I suddenly have a very warm feeling in my heart. Oh right, Yen Chuan, you said that I am also reincarnated. You also said that I am Xuan Miao. Is that so? It should be. Rumor has it that after Xuan Miao died, he was buried in my world-suppressing copper coffin. Because it was buried in heaven, it was called the sky-burying copper coffin. Later on, the sky-burying copper coffin was divided into 9 parts and Xuan Miao's corpse disappeared. Therefore, 9 heroes of heaven and earth were buried. Moreover, you also have many things that belong to Xuan Miao. For example, the fate of the 12 earthly progenitors in the little felt hat. Also, Xuan Miao is proficient in spatial mystiques. You are also born with it. Xuan Miao, Miao Miao, Miao. Isn't it you? Moreover, your cultivation level increases without tribulation. Why? Because you are the heavens. Why would the heavens send down heavenly tribulation for you? Yen Chuan laughed. But, if so, how did I become heaven back then? Miao asked curiously. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, I don't know. How to control heaven? I have to ask you. Why were you chosen? Miao, I don't know. I forgot. I can't remember. Miao shook her head. Wait a little longer. Perhaps, you will remember in the future. Yen Chuan said affirmatively. Miao. Miao nodded. Yen Chuan stood on the dragon carriage and waited. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few figures peeping at them from afar. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. In the distance, the figures quickly retreated. Quick, inform the patriarch that there is a change in the Kong family's original location. A group of people is coming. Whoosh! The group of cultivators quickly shot in all directions and spread the news. Patriarch. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes on the dragon carriage. Zhao Fang thought for a while and said, there is a sect master Yu Hai in the netherworld's outer south continent. Could he be the one who massacred the Kong family? Sect master Yu Hai. Yen Chuan's expression changed. This person established a sect and ruled the 5 major territories of the outer south continent. He is very powerful. Zhao Fang explained. Yen Chuan nodded, it is possible. But just as he nodded, Yen Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Miao, protect Afang. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Yen Chuan quickly shot into the distance. Miao. What happened? Miao shouted. Yen Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a short while, Yen Chuan appeared in a spacious plain. There was nothing on the plain except for a gentle breeze. But Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. He coldly looked at the breeze. Two green halos appeared in Yan Chuan's pupils. They looked like the tree of world. Yan Chuan coldly looked at the empty void. It was as if he could see through the void and see another space. There were two people standing in the space. One was Yin Hentian. The other was the head of the Zhua family, Zhua Chuanxiu. In the space, the head of the Zhua family's eyes turned slightly. The surrounding void shook. He stretched out his hand and hit Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian raised his hand to block the attack. But Zhua Chuanxiu's strength was too great. He pressed down on Yin Hentian bit by bit like a huge mountain. It was as if he was going to flatten Yin Hentian. Why are you here? Yin Hentian said with difficulty. This is your misfortune. Sect Master Yu Hai has mobilized so many people to come here. The surrounding forces have been alerted. I just wanted to see what was going on. I didn't expect you to come here too. You came alone. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The power of the dual pupil clan will be transferred after death. When one dies, the power of the dual pupil clan will be condensed into the hands of the other dual pupil clan members. For the perfect dual pupil clan, you have to die. Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Cough, cough. Zhua Chuanxiu, I have already informed the Holy King. You can't kill me. Yin Hentian spat out blood. Informed? I saw it. You just killed a goldfish. That was connected to a life jade, right? But it's a pity that this is the secret skill of the dual pupil clan. It's a brand new space. Yan Chuan can't interfere even if he knows that you are going to die in front of me. Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Is that so? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Boom! There was a loud sound. The small space that the two of them were in suddenly filled with billions of small stars. The small stars rotated quickly and the surging power crushed the small space. While Zhua Chuanxiu was still in shock, a palm print appeared in front of him. Boom! With a slap, Zhua Chuanxiu was sent flying. Bang! The surrounding small space exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 1295. Boom! The space where Zhua Chuanxiu and Yin Hentian were at exploded. The pressure on Yin Hentian disappeared, but Zhua Chuanxiu was sent flying back through the stars. Boom! Zhua Chuanxiu stabilized himself and created a gust of wind. The earlier palm strike had caught Yan Chuan off guard. He had not expected Yan Chuan to be able to pierce through the dual pupil's heavenly mirror with one palm strike. There was still a palm print on his face. Zhua Chuanxiu was furious. Yan Chuan. Yin Hentian let out a long breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhua Chuanxiu. Can I interfere? Yan Chuan said coldly. He rubbed his cheek, and the palm print on his face slowly receded. This slap was not painful, but a kind of humiliation. How did you pass through the dual pupil's heavenly realm? Zhua Chuanxiu asked coldly. One of the abilities of the dual pupils was to create a heavenly realm battlefield. It isolated the inside from the outside, but Yan Chuan had broken through it so easily. Yan Chuan ignored Zhua Chuanxiu's question. Instead, he suddenly asked, I heard you say that as long as a member of the dual pupil clan dies, his dual pupil power will be transferred to other members of the dual pupil clan. In other words, if you die, the power of the dual pupils will be transferred to Yin Hentian. Sage King, that's right. Yin Hentian sneered as he looked at Zhua Chuanxiu. With just the two of you? Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Boom! A stream of light flashed in the distance. The gust of wind blew away, and Bai Qi stopped behind Zhua Chuanxiu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, and the three emperor swords heard the commotion and rushed over, instantly surrounding Zhua Chuanxiu. Terrifying killing intent surged towards Zhua Chuanxiu. Sua Chuanxiu's face changed drastically. Good, good. Yen Chuan. In Hentian. Humph, I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Sua Chuanxiu said coldly as he rubbed his face. Do you think you can still escape? Meng Tian said coldly. All of them were Dezhen villains. The purpose of Yen Chuan's trip this time was to be unrestrained at all times. Now that he had trapped you, how could he let you escape? Ha! Sua Chuanxiu laughed. Then, Sua Chuanxiu's body slowly faded away. Not good, he's trying to escape. Jin Dayu's face darkened, and he was about to attack. There's no need to do anything. In Hentian suddenly said in a deep voice. Ha! Everyone looked at In Hentian in confusion. In Hentian looked at Sua Chuanxiu with hatred in his eyes and said, Sua Chuanxiu, there will not be a next time. Next time, I will make you pay the price. Ha! You think you can do that? Sua Chuanxiu laughed. His body grew fainter and fainter. Lord Yin, what's going on? Bai Qi asked curiously. That's not Sua Chuanxiu's true body. The dual pupil clone is just a clone of Sua Chuanxiu. It's useless to kill him. In Hentian said bitterly. Let's go back first. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Did you find out anything? Yen Chuan asked as they flew. It's Hierarch Yuhai. Hierarch Yuhai seems to be looking for something from the Kong family. The Kong family's patriarch, Peacock Z, saw the opportunity and escaped early on. Hierarch Yuhai brought countless experts to search the Peacock territory. Such a huge commotion also alarmed some of the experts in the surroundings. They all came over to take a look. Bai Qi explained. Kong family. Could it be the treasure that the heaven-seeking order wants to open? Yen Chuan's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. Yen Chuan and his group left. At their original location, another figure slowly appeared. Sua Chuanxiu. In Hentian. Yen Chuan. Humph. Sua Chuanxiu snorted coldly and shot into the forest. Yen Chuan and his group quickly returned to the Kong family's territory. Zhao Fang and Miao were waiting anxiously. However, at this moment, there was another black-robed figure beside the dragon carriage. Miao, Yen Chuan is back. Miao immediately shouted. Whoosh! Everyone arrived at the dragon carriage. What happened? Zhao Fang asked worriedly. We met Sua Chuanxiu, but it's over now. It's fine. Yen Chuan smiled and looked at the black-robed figure. When the black-robed figure saw Yen Chuan, he gently lifted his hat. Demon King Kong. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Demon King Kong was the ancestor of the Kong family in the sealed world. He had a conflict with Yen Chuan and had one of his arms torn off by Yen Chuan. He then escaped from the sealed world with Kong Outyin. Yen Di. Under the orders of Patriarch Peacock Z and Blind Kong, I have come to bring Yen Di. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Oh. Demon King Kong is very grateful that Yen Di has come to the Kong family's rescue. However, this is not the place to talk. Yen Di, please leave with me quickly. Otherwise, if Patriarch Nether Ocean comes, we won't be able to leave. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Is Patriarch Nether Ocean very strong? Even Peacock Z doesn't dare to face him. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Patriarch Nether Sea has brought the elites of 5 dominions with him. There are a total of 25 ancestral immortals, and that doesn't include Patriarch Nether Sea himself. Rumor has it that Patriarch Nether Sea is a 10th firmament ancestral immortal and has cultivated the Nether Sea Great Tao. Yen Di, let's go. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Ha ha ha, go. I've waited for so long. Have I waited in vain? A loud shout came from all directions. Splash! Boundless seawater suddenly appeared in all directions. As soon as the seawater appeared, countless ghosts struggled in the seawater. It was an extremely eerie and frightening scene. The seawater rushed toward Yan Chuan and the others. They stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The 5 dragons roared and brought the group high into the sky. However, when they were high up in the sky, they could only see endless seawater for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the south, at the peak of a huge wave, a blue-robed elder looked at Yan Chuan and the others with a hint of excitement. Behind the old man, there were countless experts flying over in a dense pack. Yan Chuan took a step forward and said coldly, "Patriarch Nether Ocean." In the distance, at the peak of the wave, Patriarch Nether Ocean was extremely arrogant. When he saw someone stand out, he did not think much of it at first. However, when he saw Yan Chuan's appearance, his eyes narrowed. Dajin? Yan Chuan. Patriarch Nether Ocean's expression sank. Ignoring the mortal realm, Yan Chuan's deeds in the netherworld had already made Yan Chuan famous. It was impossible for Patriarch Nether Ocean to not know Yan Chuan. However, he did not expect the person that the Kong family was waiting for to be Yan Chuan. "Nether Ocean Patriarch, why did you bring so many people to surround me?" Yan Chuan asked indifferently. "What do you want?" Behind him, Demon King Kong looked at Yan Chuan bitterly. Back in the sealed world, Yan Chuan was just a small fry in his eyes. Now, he could face the expert that his entire family feared. "Demon King Kong behind you. Give him to me, and we'll pretend that nothing happened today," Patriarch Nether Ocean said solemnly. Patriarch Nether Ocean was strong, but he was not hot-headed. He would avoid a battle if he could. "You want him from me? Heh, you don't have the right," Yan Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1296. In the world of the living, on a huge star in the starry sky. On the star, there was a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, Dongfang Bubi stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a coffin. There was a corpse lying in the coffin. The appearance of the corpse was exactly the same as Dongfang Bubi. With a wave of his hand, the corpse slowly flew out. One was alive and one was dead. It was like 2 Dongfang Bubi were facing each other. Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath. Looking at the corpse in front of him that looked exactly like him, his eyes flashed. "That day when the Sand Emperor entered the star, I had a feeling that the thing I was looking for was not far from where they were going. Sure enough, I found it." Dongfang Bubi's eyes narrowed. "My previous life? So the memories in my heart have always come from you? Or rather, my previous life already knew about this day and did it on purpose? Let me know everything," Dongfang Bubi said in a deep voice. Roar! Dongfang Bubi opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely at the corpse in front of him. Boom! The corpse entered Dongfang Bubi's mouth. After swallowing the corpse that looked exactly like him, a vast aura suddenly erupted from Dongfang Bubi's body. Rumble! Under the huge aura, the star under his feet suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The aura around Dongfang Bubi's body suddenly rushed out like countless rainbows, shooting in all directions. For a moment, Dongfang Bubi was like the lord of thousands of rainbows, standing on the peak of the mountain, his aura soaring to the sky. Closing his eyes, Dongfang Bubi felt the countless information that he had absorbed. This wait lasted for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Dongfang Bubi suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword chi shot out from his eyes. The sword chi rushed towards the 2 stars in the distance. Boom! Boom! The 2 stars suddenly exploded into pieces. Dongfang Bubi's eyes became even sharper. He looked up at the sky. 2,999 Heavenly Tao. I'm still missing one. Let me create this one. Dongfang Bubi said in a deep voice. Dongfang Bubi stretched out his hand. Countless glowing thin lines appeared in his palm. The thin lines were rapidly revolving, as if they were creating a heavenly Tao, netherworld, south outer continent, peacock territory. Rumble. Above the blue waves of the sea, countless evil spirits were churning non-stop. On the top of the waves, Patriarch Nether Sea led countless experts as he looked coldly at Yan Chuan's group. Yan Chuan stepped forward and was extremely rude to Patriarch Nether Sea. You want someone from my hands? Heh, you don't have that qualification. Yan Chuan said coldly. I knew that Yan Chuan was arrogant and conceited, but I didn't expect to meet him in person. I haven't been out in the world for a long time, and I didn't expect that this little kid would be so arrogant. Humph. Ancestor Yuhai scolded angrily. As he shouted angrily, huge waves suddenly surged in the blue sea below. The huge waves turned into 100 flood dragons that charged at the dragon carriage. Roar. The 5 dragons roared. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. He waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red dragons appeared in the sky and rushed towards the blue dragon. Boom! The dragons exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom! It was as if a blood-red sea had descended from the sky. The moment Yan Chuan's sea of blood appeared, his entire body's hair turned scarlet red. His long hair fell to his waist, and he was surrounded by a bloody mist. Meow, Yan Chuan, are you fighting again? Meow was instantly excited. Stay here and wait for my orders. Yan Chuan shouted. Meow, why? I want to go too. Meow Meow exclaimed. Zhaoafang saw through Yan Chuan's intention. He grabbed Meow and said, listen to the king. Meow. Meow was confused. Retreat. Bai Qi ordered the 5 dragons. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Below. After Yan Chuan used his super special ability. The billowing blood-red sea crashed into the tranquil sea. Red and blue, the 2 seas crashed into each other, creating billions of waves. In the tranquil sea, evil spirits rushed towards the blood-red sea. In the blood-red sea, the blood god Sun appeared and resisted the endless ghosts. Yan Chuan stood on a blood-red wave and looked coldly at the countless cultivators opposite him. Patriarch Nether Sea's eyelids twitched. Patriarch Nether Sea was afraid of Yan Chuan because the people Yan Chuan brought with him were not simple. That cat and Bai Qi seemed to be as strong as Yan Chuan. There were also the other generals of Dezhen. But now, what was Yan Chuan's attitude? Did he want to fight all of them alone? How dare he? Humph, the rest of you, watch the dragon carriage. I'll deal with Yan Chuan first. Patriarch Nether Sea said coldly. Yes. His subordinates answered loudly. Don't bother. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A man in a green robe appeared not far from the blood-red sea and the tranquil sea. Sua Chuanxiu. In the distance, Yin Henshin's expression changed. Zhou Chuanxiu smiled coldly and said, the dual pupil's heavenly realm. Not good. Yin Henshin's expression changed. Buzz. The space around the dragon carriage shook slightly. Suddenly, the dragon carriage disappeared before everyone's eyes. The people in the dragon carriage immediately entered another space-time dimension. Patriarch Nether Sea, unless the people in the dragon carriage are stronger than me, they will be trapped in the dual pupil's heavenly realm forever. Now, let's deal with Yan Chuan first. Sua Chuanxiu sneered. In the dual pupil's heavenly realm, the expressions of everyone in the dragon carriage changed. Everyone had entered a strange place. Meow. We fell into a trap. Meow said anxiously. I'll do it. Bai Qi's expression turned cold. Boom. He slashed at the air with his saber. The air shook violently. How is it? Zhao Afang asked. Empress, I did not use my full strength, but I can slash it open. Bai Qi said confidently. Then wait a little longer. Zhao Afang nodded. Meow. Why? We are isolated from the outside world. I can't see outside, Meow said anxiously. My mind's eye can see. Zhao Afang shook his head. Meow. It wasn't easy for the king to find this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally taken action. Zhao Afang said. Meow. You're saying that Yan Chuan wants to use this to break through? Meow's eyes widened. Zhao Afang nodded. While everyone was conversing, the battle outside began. Zhuo Chuanxiu and Patriarch Nether Sea quickly reached a tacit understanding. One needed Yin Hentian, while the other needed Demon King Kong. There was no conflict between them. They charged at Yan Chuan. Boom! A sea of blood surged. A towering wave of blood swept up. A blue path suddenly appeared behind Patriarch Nether Sea. Countless wraiths stuck their heads out of the path and wailed. Zhuo Chuanxiu was the same. A grey path appeared behind him. Not only that, but there were 25 ancestral immortals around him. Terrifying and concentrated power charged at Yan Chuan. Boom! Patriarch Nethersea's palm strike collided with Yan Chuan's. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal was fully displayed. He even borrowed the strength of a great Tao. The huge explosion instantly caused a large number of cracks to appear in the void. Yan Chuan's strength was ultimately lacking. He instantly exploded. Yan Chuan exploded. However, the sea of blood remained. Another Yan Chuan slowly floated out of the sea of blood. That's fake. If the sea of blood doesn't dry up, Yan Chuan won't die. Destroy the entire sea of blood. Yan Chuan will definitely die. Zhuo Chuanxiu roared. Everyone, attack with me. Use all your strength to attack the sea of blood. Patriarch Nethersea roared. Roar. The 25 ancestral immortals roared in unison. Almost at the same time, everyone struck at the sea of blood. Zhuo Chuanxiu and Patriarch Nethersea attacked with all their strength. The void shattered. Countless palm strikes carried the power of the heavenly Tao and great Tao. They fell like meteors. Hong. It was a massive strike. The entire Peacock Dominion trembled violently. The void shattered as endless storms wreaked havoc in the surroundings. After the powerful strike, almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even a sage would be instantly killed by such a powerful strike. Yan Chuan was doomed. Just as Sect Master Nethersea and Zhuo Chuanxiu heaved a sigh of relief, in the shattered void, there was a blood pool that had not dissipated. Plop. Plop, the sound of heartbeats could be heard. That is. Zhuo Chuanxiu's expression changed. Whoosh. A figure suddenly charged out of the blood pool. It was Yan Chuan with a satisfied look on his face. The moment Yan Chuan appeared, the blood pool suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. Boom! Yan Chuan instantly appeared in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu. Before Zhuo Chuanxiu could react, another slap landed on Zhuo Chuanxiu's face. Smack! Zhuo Chuanxiu was unable to fly away due to the immense force. This was because Yan Chuan had grabbed his shoulder with his other hand. What? You're not dead. You're even stronger now. Zhuo Chuanxiu said in shock. Yan Chuan's eyes were ferocious. He grabbed Zhuo Chuanxiu's head with his right hand and twisted it. Bam! Zhuo Chuanxiu's head snapped. Blood splattered everywhere. Polychoria doppelganger. Humph, let's see how many you have. Yan Chuan coldly tossed the corpse of Zhuo Chuanxiu's Polychoria doppelganger away. Then, he turned his head and glared at Patriarch Yu Hai. While I'm in a good mood, get out of here. Yen Chuan said coldly. What? You bastard! Nether Sea Patriarch roared in shock and disbelief. Boom! Not far away, Bai Qi slashed the Polychoria heavenly mirror. Everyone came out of the cave. Loser, you're not as strong as me. How dare you ask me to get out? Secluded ocean path. Patriarch Yuhai shouted. Boom! The secluded ocean path suddenly expanded by 10 times. The vast secluded ocean below was also expanding rapidly. Patriarch Yuhai slapped out again. An inferior path? A great Tao? I'm just useless. Yen Chuan said coldly. A towering tree suddenly appeared in the blood sea. It was lush and verdant as it reached into the cosmos. Cypress path. Yen Chuan struck out with his palm as well. Emerald energy surged from the cypress tree as Yen Chuan's palm collided with Patriarch Yuhai's. Boom! Space shook violently again. This time, Yen Chuan wasn't forced back a single step. The two giant palms were locked in a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. On the other side, the 25 ancestral immortals charged at Yen Chuan again. You're courting death. Bai Qi and the others shouted and charged. Boom! Bai Qi's energy saber slashed at an ancestral immortal. Boom! The ancestral immortal exploded along with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 1297. Bai Qi raised his knife and killed an ancestor immortal. His speed was so fast and ferocious that the rest of the ancestor immortals were shocked and stopped. Light of misfortune. Borrowing Miao's ability, Zhao Fang used endless blue light to attack the remaining people. Not good. The ancestor immortals' expressions changed as they dodged or took out their magic treasures. However, the blue light seemed to ignore all obstacles. Instantly, many of them were hit. The blue light had no power, but it could cause bad luck. Catch her. She's Yen Chuan's empress. Catch her and we'll win, an ancestor immortal suddenly shouted. Screech. Jade Emperor suddenly waved a blood-colored sword light and rushed forward. Boom. With one sword, that person was heavily injured, and Jade Emperor shot forward. Quick. Everyone was anxious. Everyone rushed towards the dragon carriage. Meow. Meow shouted and wanted to rush out. Meow, protect the Empress in case of any accidents. Yin Hentian immediately said. As he said that, the Grand Emperor, deity, and the rest of the strong practitioners rushed forward. Barbaric Dragon, 7 evils, Big Fire, Evil Dragon, each of you hold back one person. Yin Hentian ordered. Yes, the 4 dragons answered. Boom. A chaotic battle broke out. Bai Qi was the most ferocious. He was surrounded by 8 ancestor immortals, but he still had the upper hand. With each slash of his knife, the ancestor immortals were forced to retreat. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Deity, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor were all fighting 2 ancestor immortals, and they all had the upper hand. The Barbaric Dragon, 7 evils, Big Fire, and Evil Dragon each held back 1 ancestor immortal. Instantly, all the ancestor immortals were stopped. Only Dragon 5th, Miao, Yin Hentian, Zhao Fang, and Devil King Kong were left in the dragon carriage. Miao, I want to fight too. Why are there so few ancestor immortals? Miao said angrily. Devil King Kong's face darkened. Few. In the distance, Yen Chuan and ancestor Yu Hai were fiercely clashing palms. The battle was chaotic, and neither of them was able to determine a victor. The great path of the cypress tree and the great path of the tranquil ocean both blossomed with dazzling light. Yen Chuan. Patriarch Nether Sea exclaimed in shock. Just a moment ago, Patriarch Yu Hai had the absolute upper hand. But now, he couldn't do anything to Yen Chuan. Patriarch Nether Sea could see clearly that Yan Chuan's cultivation level was definitely weaker than his, but what about his strength? How can you be so powerful? Patriarch Nether Sea asked hatefully. We have already said that your great Tao is inferior to our great Tao. Yan Chuan sneered. Rumble. The two continued to be in a stalemate. Yan Chuan was not in a hurry. Although he could not do anything to Ancestor Nether Sea, it was to his advantage to drag things out. Boom. Ah. Yet another ancestral immortal had fallen beneath Bai Chi's blade. Ah. 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 Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, and Wang Jian each killed yet another ancestral immortal. The more they fought, the braver they became. They slaughtered Patriarch Nether Sea's subordinates ferociously. Ah! Patriarch, save me! Boom! The fewer ancestral immortals there were, the more ferocious Bai Chi and the others became. Instantly, the slaughter sped up. In just a short while, 10 ancestral immortals had died. In the distance, Sect Master Nether Sea watched the battle. His expression changed drastically. Roar! Sect Master Nether Sea roared in frustration. Boom! The energy palm exploded, and the battle with Yan Chuan came to an abrupt end. Let's go! Sect Master Nether Sea shouted. Understood. The ancestral immortals answered loudly. Despite suffering injuries, they quickly split up. Sect Master Nether Sea flicked his sleeve, and Nether Sea vanished. He quickly fled with everyone. Whoosh! Bai Chi, Meng Tian, and the others quickly flew in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan waved his hand and stopped them. There's no need to chase. Yan Chuan frowned. As he spoke, Yan Chuan suddenly looked up at the sky. An inexplicable feeling surged into Yan Chuan's heart. The sky changed slightly. Auspicious clouds. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and they were boundless. Red, blue, yellow, and green clouds of various colors appeared. Yan Chuan was not the only one. Countless auspicious clouds suddenly appeared everywhere in the netherworld. Patriarch Nether Sea, who was leaving with his subordinates, also paused. He looked at the sky in surprise. In the mortal realm, Tong Tian walked out of Green Touring Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of Taiji Palace. The Tsar, Ju, and Yao Tianshang walked out of the Three Emperors' Court. Old Fiend 100 Fiend looked at the sky with excitement. Gong Yangzi and Dugu Patian waited with rapt attention. In the netherworld, in a sea of butterflies. The butterfly queen narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sky. Ming Tian Han, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, walked out of the royal court. It was as if there was some kind of connection that connected all living beings and dead spirits in the world. It made people unconsciously wait. In the depths of the mortal realm's starry sky. More and more rays of light appeared in Dongfang Bubi's hand, and they moved faster and faster. In his palm, a heavenly Tao was formed. There were some cracks, but the cracks were quickly mending. The last heavenly Tao, the last crack. Boom! The last heavenly Tao was mended. Hum! The heavenly Tao in Dongfang Bubi's hand suddenly expanded. As if it had turned into a surge of energy, it rushed in all directions. Hum! All of a sudden, the entire world shook violently. In the void, rays of light shot out. The entire world was shining with a dazzling light. Whether it was the netherworld or the mortal realm, the world was bright. The last heavenly Tao. Miao looked at the sky in surprise. Boom! On the ground, auspicious air rushed into the sky. Heavenly music once again poured into the ears of countless living beings. Listening to the heavenly music, countless cultivators were suddenly enlightened when they were at the bottleneck of their cultivation. Waves of fragrance rushed into everyone's nostrils. There was even a drizzle falling from the sky. The drizzle fell on some disabled people. Ah, my leg. I'm not crippled anymore. I can see it. I can see the blind man too. I can hear a voice. Father, are you cured? Mother, you're not coughing anymore. As long as the drizzling rain fell on their bodies, all the diseases would immediately disperse, and countless living beings would cheer in joy. Heavenly merit surged into Dongfang Bubi's body. The 3,000 heavenly Tao were all mended. In the netherworld, Yan Chuan could clearly see the shadows of the 3,000 heavenly Tao between the heavens and the earth. Under the heavenly Tao, a loud sound suddenly came from the netherworld. Boom! Under the loud sound, everyone saw that an endless black hole seemed to have appeared in the center of the heavens and the earth. The black hole slowly emitted a ray of light. The light grew more and more, until the entire netherworld was illuminated as if it was daytime. The sun. The sun of the netherworld that was destroyed by the lotus god has been restored. I'm no longer the weakest world. The heavens and the earth have finally been restored. Tears streamed down the faces of countless ancient cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, endless yellow clouds covered the sky and the earth. The endless yellow clouds covered all the auspicious clouds. A vast aura descended from the sky. From today onwards, I control the heavens. My name is Chao. All living beings in the world, heed my command. A loud voice sounded. Boom! With a loud sound, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated after absorbing all the auspicious clouds. Only countless living beings were left in shock. Chao. Who is Chao? It's really Chao. Een Hentian exclaimed. Meow. Meow looked at the sky and frowned. Meow, are you okay? Zhao Afang asked. Meow, I don't know. That voice just now, I seem to have remembered something. Meow shook her head, not knowing how to explain. In the netherworld, on a star. In front of Dongfang Bubi was a 15-colored ball of light. The position of a sage. Dongfang Bubi slowly took it. In the netherworld, outside the east continent, Ju Palace. Palace Master Ju stood outside the palace with a group of subordinates beside him. In front of Palace Master Ju was a 15-colored ball of light. Thank you for the heavens. Palace Master Ju said respectfully. Palace Master Ju reached out and grabbed the ball of light. The subordinates behind him all looked envious. In the netherworld, above a sea. Walala. A hole seemed to have been torn open in the void. Inside, 4 figures suddenly appeared. The original 4 sages of the heavens and earth, Wu Tian, Megao Ku, Shimen, and Huazuan Tian. A 10-colored ball of light slowly appeared between the 4's eyebrows. Bam! The 10-colored ball of light exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the 4's faces were no longer blurry, revealing clear faces. Our sage position. Megao Ku showed a hint of worry. Boom! 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 In front of the 4, a 15-colored ball of light appeared again. Thank you for the heavens. The 4 immediately shouted excitedly. Each of them quickly swallowed a ball of light. Boom! Their bodies emitted a 15-colored light, and 4 huge auras were released. Walala! Under the huge aura, the sea below suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Power, such strong power. Wu Tian said in surprise. Heavenly axiom. Megao Ku suddenly shouted. Rumble. 3,000 heavenly axiom phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. Power of the heavens and earth, break for me. Megao Ku hit the sea with his palm. Boom. Under the giant palm, the sea suddenly exploded. In an instant, the seawater within 100 million miles was cleared, leaving behind a huge pit. Shimen sucked in a breath of air. Such powerful power. Hua Zuentian said in surprise. 10 times, it's 10 times my previous power. No, it's not just 10 times, it's even more. Meigao Ku said excitedly. This is the power of a sage. This is a sage. Wu Tian took a deep breath and shouted. The power of the past could not be compared to the present. The present was a true sage. We're back. The 4 sages shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the Dugu family. After Dugu Patian swallowed a 15-colored ball of light, his aura erupted. Under the powerful aura, even the palace behind him was blown to the ground. Dugu Patian looked at his hands. His eyes flashed with amazement, and at the same time, there was endless excitement. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Is this the power of a sage? I should be able to use the Dugu 9 swords now. Dugu Patian said with excitement. He took out a long sword and waved it at the starry sky. Shing! A dazzling sword light rushed towards a star. Boom! In the starry sky hundreds of millions of miles away, a star was slashed in half by the sword. The family head is mighty. Countless Dugu family disciples shouted excitedly. This sword is even stronger than Dugu Wudi's. It's much stronger. If I can do it again, I can kill Dugu Wudi with 2 sword strikes at most. Dugu Patian said excitedly. Where's Dugu Wudi? Where's Yan Chuan? Where did they go? Dugu Patian shouted excitedly. Reporting to the family head, the latest news is that they went to the netherworld. It seems like they went to the peacock territory. A Dugu family disciple shouted. Let's go. We're going to the netherworld. Dugu Patian said. Chapter 1298. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Central Palace Plaza. Zombie Yan Chuan led his officials to look at the heaven and earth mammoth. Yi Feng. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng stepped forward. Inform all Great Qin spies and all factory guards in the world to report to me immediately if they see a saint. I need to know who will become one of the 15 saints of this world. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Apart from Great Qin, all the other factions in the world moved. Netherworld, Peacock Territory. Yan Chuan looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Not far away, Zhao Afeng flew over with Miao. Miao, the heavens have been mended. Miao cried out. Miao, can you still control the power of heaven and earth? Yan Chuan suddenly thought of something and immediately called out. In the past, Xuan Miao was the heavens and controlled the heavens. Even after reincarnating, he was still the heavens, so he could control the heavens at will like the sages. But now, the one controlling the heavens was the first founder, Chao. Could Miao still control the power of the heavenly Tao at will? Miao. Miao cried out. Rumble. 3,000 phantoms of the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the surroundings. It's fine, I can still use it. Miao said proudly. Oh. Yan Chuan revealed a strange expression. Chao should be in control of the heavens. Why was he still allowing Miao to do as she pleased? Boom. Not far away, a loud sound suddenly came from the dragon carriage. It was Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth emitted a powerful aura that blew in all directions. Dragon Fifth, what's wrong with you? 7 fiends cried out. I don't know. I think I broke through. Dragon Fifth said strangely. You're a peak ancient immortal. You broke through. What? You broke through. 7 fiends cried out. Heavenly Tao. Dragon Fifth cried out. Boom. A heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. What's going on? You didn't kill an ancestral immortal, so how did you break the bloodbath curse? Moreover, you haven't undergone the ancestral immortal tribulation, have you? 7 fiends said blankly. The heaven and earth have been mended, and the blood-soaked curse is useless. Furthermore, in a perfect heaven and earth, there is no ancestral immortal tribulation. Therefore, there is no need to cross it. Bai Qi explained. At this point, Bai Qi's expression suddenly turned serious. He turned to Yan Chuan and said, "Sage Emperor, now that the heavens and earth have been restored, the ancestral immortal tribulation will no longer exist. Without the blood-bathing curse, the number of ancestral immortals in this world might surge like a geyser. Many of the Great Circle ancient immortals will become ancestral immortals, right?" It would have been fine if Bai Qi had not said anything. However, now that he did, everyone suddenly thought of something. Was the world about to undergo a world-shaking change? This isn't a bad thing for De Zhen. Yan Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Thinking of those people in the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets, everyone laughed. "Did you succeed?" Zhao Afang asked. "Now, I'm at the 6th stage of the ancestral immortal realm." Yan Chuan nodded. With that said, Yan Chuan looked at Demon King Kong, who was not far away. "Demon King Kong, the danger has been eliminated. Bring us away," Yan Chuan said. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yan Emperor, it's been many years since we last met. I'm filled with emotions. Patriarch has been waiting for a long time. Please." Yan Chuan nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage once more. Under Demon King Kong's guidance, the dragon carriage quickly moved in a certain direction. Patriarch Nethersea led a group of people to the peak of a mountain. "Patriarch, we are useless. We've become a burden to you," an ancestral immortal said bitterly. Patriarch Nethersea's face was gloomy. He looked at the 13 remaining ancestral immortals in front of him. 12 of them had been killed in such a short period of time. Patriarch Nethersea had never suffered such a huge loss. He was extremely indignant. The final heavenly Tao had been mended. The world had changed, but Patriarch Nethersea did not pay much attention to the changes in the world. "Patriarch, what do we do now?" everyone asked worriedly. "I can't take this lying down. I didn't expect Yan Chuan's subordinates to be so ferocious. But now that I know, I won't clash with them again. The Kong family's treasure is about to appear. Let's find an alliance and take revenge together." Patriarch Nethersea said solemnly. "Yes." Everyone answered. Netherworld, above a vast sea. Sage Dugupatian was flying quickly with 10 experts from the Dugu family. "Patriarch, with your current strength, even the entire Dugu family is no match for you. How can a sage be so powerful?" A Dugu family member frowned. "What are you worried about?" Dugu Potion's face was covered in a layer of mist. "Patriarch, the world has been mended. According to the old destiny, there will be 15 sages. If all of them are like you, our Dugu family won't be enough." That person said worriedly. "Don't worry. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully the Dugu family." Dugupatian said solemnly. "Yes. Moreover, knowing how powerful a sage is, I'm even more anxious to obtain the heaven-mending sword." Dugupatian said solemnly. "Why?" "Heaven's Nest. That day, your tone sounded like you were acquainted with my clan's ancestor. How can my Dugu family's ancestor not be powerful? I'm sure he's stronger than me now. The heaven-mending sword is the ancestor's sword. It's been passed down for a long time and contains the secrets of the Dugu family. How can it fall into the hands of an outsider?" Dugupatian said solemnly. "Yes. Let's go to the Peacock territory first." Netherworld, Peacock territory. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage stopped in a small valley. In the valley, a stream flowed, emitting traces of Yin Qi. "Meow, it's here." Meow said in surprise. "Yes." Demon King Kong nodded. Meow, this valley is too small. It's amazing to hide a dozen people. Can it hide your entire clan? Meow said in surprise. This is a small world. Een Hentian asked doubtfully. Demon King Kong took a deep breath and said, in the third era, my family opened up a small space in a reincarnation path. This is the entrance to that small space. Reincarnation. Opening up a small space in a reincarnation path. The strangling power of the reincarnation path is extremely terrifying. It's a forbidden zone for living beings. Even if I enter now, my life will be in danger. Bai Chi said solemnly. It's indeed here. Demon King Kong said again. Just as Demon King Kong was speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the stream not far away. A figure stepped out of the ripple first. It was Blind Kong who walked out first. Behind him, people stepped out of the ripple one after another. Yen Di, you are a trustworthy person. Blind Kong suddenly laughed loudly. Beside Blind Kong stood a man wearing a peacock feather robe. The man's face was cold, and his eyelids were green. He looked quite demonic. Peacock Z greets Yen Di. The man said to Yen Chuan. Even when greeting Yen Chuan, the man's face was cold. Yen Di, please don't blame him. This is the family head. He never smiles. No, he never smiles. Please don't blame him. Blind Kong immediately stepped forward. Never smiles. Looking at the strange Peacock Z, Yen Chuan nodded. Yen Di, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Please. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yen Di, please. Peacock Z said solemnly. Demon King Kong and Kong Outyen stood behind him. Looking at the ripple in the stream in front of him, Yen Chuan frowned slightly. Reincarnation path. In the Great Thousand Domains, Yen Chuan had come into contact with the reincarnation path. The inside was not as beautiful as he imagined. To be able to open up a small space inside, the person's strength must be extremely fierce. Moreover, it had been many years since they came down. It was inevitable that there would be situations. Yen Di, don't worry. It's very safe inside. Blind Kong said with a smile. Very safe. It was not that Yen Chuan was afraid, but that Yen Chuan would not leave the safety of his own people in the hands of outsiders. The rest of you stay outside. I will go in alone. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. As if he could see Yen Chuan's hesitation, Blind Kong did not try to persuade him this time. Meow, no, I want to go, I want to go. Meow suddenly refused. Didn't they come all the way from Dajin just to see the treasure? How could they miss it? Meow rolled on Yen Chuan's shoulder, wanting to go. Meow, stop it. Zhao Fang immediately said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meow, I want to go. Meow was still stubborn. Yen Chuan looked at Meow and nodded. Then Meow will follow. Yen Chuan understood that besides him, Meow was the strongest. In the reincarnation passage, even if something happened, Meow could take care of him. Meow, Yen Chuan, you are the best. Meow said excitedly. Bai Chi, watch the surroundings. Don't let anything happen. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Bai Chi replied. Be careful. Zhao Fang said worriedly. Don't worry. Yen Chuan nodded. Peacock Z looked around and said to the Kong family disciples, you all stay outside. Demon King Kong, Kong Outyen, follow me. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Yen Di, please. Peacock Z said seriously. Nodding, Yen Chuan, Meow, Blind Kong, Peacock Z, Demon King Kong, and Kong Outyen stepped into the ripple. Whoosh! As soon as they entered, it was as if they were passing through a transparent passage. Outside the passage, there was an endless blue light. One soul after another passed through quickly. They were so fast that no one could see the specific appearance of these souls. Meow, so fast. I can't even see what they look like. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Meow complained. Yes, they are all rushing to reincarnate. Blind Kong laughed. Meow. The reincarnation passage has an extremely strong strangling force. You can't stay here for long. However, the Kong family was indeed powerful in the past. They were able to open up a small space here. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess that this is the place. No wonder it has been hidden from the Third Era until now. Yen Chuan exclaimed. The passage passed quickly, and the group soon arrived at a small space. The small space was gray and slightly gloomy with blue light shining on it. There were many palaces inside and many Kong family disciples. However, Yen Chuan and the others were not in the mood to appreciate it. Under the lead of Blind Kong and Peacock Z, the group soon arrived at a small lake. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Yen Di, this is the place. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said excitedly. Chapter 1299. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Yen Di, it's here. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token. Blind Kong said excitedly. Golden liquid? Meow, there's nothing inside. Meow asked curiously. Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out the heaven-seeking token. The moment the heaven-seeking token appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Kong Outyen, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. This should have been his. Open it with this token? Yen Chuan asked seriously. Yes, the condition to open the treasure is that a Tao god of the Kong family bloodline must draw blood into the heavenly seeking token and then throw it into the pool. With the heavenly Tao that the Tao god has mastered, the golden pool will be stirred and the treasure will open immediately. Blind Kong nodded. There are two types of Tao gods. One is chosen by the heavenly Tao, and the other is formed by mending the heavenly Tao. If several ancestral immortals cultivate the same heavenly Tao at the same time and compete with each other, the Tao god can make the heavenly Tao repel everyone. Rumor has it that Yen Di mended the heavenly Tao and should also be a Tao god. If Yen Di is interested, you can open the treasure. Peacock said. Kong Outyen immediately became anxious. What? Family head, shouldn't I open it? Peacock frowned. You are a Tao god, Yen Di is also a Tao god. Both of you can open it. But, Kong Outyen was anxious. After the treasure was opened, there would be a redistribution. If he opened the treasure himself, he would get more credit. But now, if Yen Chuan opened it, what did it have to do with him? But the heaven-seeking token was in Yen Chuan's hands, and the Kong family was begging Yen Chuan, so they could not stop him. Kong Outyen could only look at Yen Chuan with resentment. Meow, Yen Chuan, open it quickly. Let me see what's inside. Meow shouted anxiously. The opening method was very simple, but Yen Chuan hesitated. In Yen Chuan's eyes, the calm gold pond seemed to be filled with a great threat. After a moment of silence, Yen Chuan said, even though I have the blood of the Kong clan, my surname is Yen. You guys should open it. Yen Chuan took out the heaven-seeking token. Everyone was slightly stunned. Only Kong Outyen was overjoyed all of a sudden. Alright, then Yen Di will attend the ceremony. Peacock Z nodded. Kong Outyen. Blind Kong shouted. Yes, yes. Kong Outyen stepped forward excitedly. Yen Chuan handed over the heaven-seeking token, and Kong Outyen immediately received it. As if he was afraid that Yen Chuan would go back on his word, he quickly slit his palm and poured a large amount of blood into the heaven-seeking token. Buzz! The heaven-seeking token suddenly turned blood red. Boom! The heaven-seeking token was tossed into the golden pool. Buzz! The golden pool was suddenly dyed red. A scarlet aura shot out in all directions. The surging fishy smell immediately made the countless Kong family disciples somewhat unable to bear it. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing could be heard everywhere. Demon King Kong, get everyone out of here immediately. Peacock Z ordered. Yes. Demon King Kong quickly gathered his clan members and left through the previous passage. Meow, what a strong fishy smell. Meow frowned. This is the soul-crushing aura. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. In the reincarnation passage, not all souls can be reborn. Many are crushed into powder. This fishy smell is the soul-crushing aura. Yen Chuan explained. Meow, so disgusting. Meow covered its nose cutely. Heavenly Tao. Kong Outyen suddenly shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, Kong Outyen merged with the Heavenly Tao and stood above the gold pond, no, above the blood pond. The power of the Heavenly Tao rushed into the blood pond. Rumble. The blood pond was stirred up. Xing Heavenly Meridian. Yen Chuan looked at Kong Outyen in surprise. In the past, Yen Chuan did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the 9 heavenly meridians, he suddenly felt that Kong Outyen's Heavenly Tao was familiar. It was actually one of the 9 heavenly meridians. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe advanced in formation. Xing Heavenly Meridian. The Xing Heavenly Meridian stirred the blood pond. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Boom! With a huge tremor, the entire small world shook violently. Meow, it's connected, it's connected. Meow exclaimed. This was a transparent space, and the reincarnation passage was outside. There was an invisible wall around it that separated the inside from the outside. However, the Xing Heavenly Meridian in front of them had smashed a big hole in the wall. It was connected to the reincarnation passage. Oh no! Blind Kong's expression changed. The blood-colored liquid in the blood pond quickly flowed into the reincarnation passage. It's over. Kong Outyen's expression also changed. However, the small world did not shatter. The liquid entered the reincarnation passage, but it rotated against the passage. Hum. In an instant, the liquid dispersed, and the originally blue reincarnation passage was suddenly dyed red. The ghosts that were moving quickly suddenly seemed to be unable to move forward. Below the reincarnation passage, the color of blood lingered. Boom! There seemed to be some kind of cracking sound. Below the reincarnation passage, a terrifying aura suddenly overflowed. The aura was so strong that everyone except Kong Outyen took a step back. Meow! Meow exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful aura! Yen Chuan also exclaimed in surprise. One should know that until now, Yen Chuan had not encountered a power that could shock him. This power might not be stronger than him in his first life, but it was at least on par with him in his first life. Ah, family head, save me! I can't move. Kong Outyen suddenly exclaimed. Kong Outyen's expression froze in the air. His face was full of fear. Boom! In the depths of the reincarnation passage, a blue light rushed toward Kong Outyen. Boom! Kong Outyen's eyes became dull. Meow, what's wrong with Kong Outyen? Meow exclaimed. He's dead. His soul was shattered and scattered. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched. What? Blind Kong's expression changed. Peacock Z suddenly stopped Blind Kong. At this time, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the reincarnation passage and slowly entered Kong Outyen's body. Family head. Blind Kong did not understand. Peacock Z suddenly knelt down. Heavens above, the unfilial descendant of the future, Peacock Z, kowtows to the heavens primogenitor. Peacock Z said solemnly. Heavens above? What heavens? Blind Kong frowned. Suddenly, Blind Kong seemed to have thought of something. Plop. Blind Kong also quickly knelt down. The unfilial descendant of the future, Blind Kong, welcomes the return of the heavens primogenitor. Blind Kong was so excited that his lips trembled. Meow, what heavens? Een Hentian knows about the third era. Did he mention it? Meow looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He did. Heavens, Kong Huangtian. In the third era, he established the Kong family, the number one family in the world. Even Bai Huang could not compare to him. He was the number one person in the third era. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched. Meow, the number one person in the third era? Meow exclaimed. Rumble. The entire small space trembled violently. Outside the Kong family's small valley. Not long after Yen Chuan and Meow entered. Something happened outside. Two forces were confronting each other. It was not Bai Qi or the Kong family, but Dugupatian and Patriarch Yuhai. Dugupatian? Congratulations on becoming a sage. But so what if you're a sage? Back then, Hua Zuntian and the others treated me like a junior. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. What are you trying to say? Dugupatian said coldly. You want to form an alliance with me to create Yen Chuan. I know you must have the same goal as me. I'll give you 20% of the Kong family's treasure. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. Dugupatian looked at Patriarch Yuhai and said coldly, I'll deal with Yen Chuan. You don't have to worry about him. Now, get out of my sight. Bastard, you want to take all the treasure for yourself? Who do you think you are? So what if you're a sage? It won't take much effort for me to kill you. Patriarch Yuhai shouted again. I said, get out of my sight. Dugupatian said coldly again. Humph, another arrogant junior. Dugupatian, you're the one who brought the entire Dugu family to destruction. Patriarch Yuhai said coldly. Humph. Dugupatian snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a sword light. How dare you? One of Patriarch Yuhai's subordinates rushed forward. Shing. Under the sword light, the subordinate was cut in half. The ferocious sword light did not lose its momentum as it charged toward Patriarch Yuhai. Boom! Patriarch Yuhai struck out with his palm in shock, but the sword light still cut through his palm and cut through his sleeve. What? In the distance, the expressions of Bai Qi and the others changed. How did he become so powerful? More than half a year ago, Bai Qi believed that Dugu Potion's strength was on par with his. However, this sword strike was too stunning. Dugupatian. Patriarch Yuhai shouted coldly. Humph. Dugupatian snorted coldly. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind him. Dugupatian mobilized the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, forcing the Kong family disciples to fall to the ground. Meng Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bai Qi quickly activated his golden body of killing Dao to protect everyone. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The one who was affected the most was Patriarch Yuhai. Patriarch Nethersea's expression changed drastically. How can a sage be so powerful? Patriarch Yuhai exclaimed. Shing! A sage's energy sword shot out. It charged toward Patriarch Yuhai with a destructive aura. No! Patriarch Yuhai held up the Yuhai Great Dao and cried out in horror. Boom! The sword slashed through the Yuhai Great Dao. Patriarch Yuhai, who was inside, was cut in half. The entire Great Dao exploded. The sword Dao's shockwaves instantly wounded Patriarch Yohai's subordinates. Bam! The ancestral immortals were sent flying. However, Patriarch Yohai was killed on the spot. It was a straightforward and unstoppable attack. A single strike had killed Patriarch Yohai. Everyone was so shocked that they lost their voices. Patriarch Yohai, who Yan Chuan had fought for half a day, was no match for Dugu Potion's sword. A sage? He's stronger than the sages of the Great Thousand Domains. Much stronger. Meng Tian exclaimed. Is this the strength of a sage? Demon King Kong, who had just come out, cried out in horror. A sage? This was a sage. Chapter 1300. In the Kong family's small space in the reincarnation passage. Kong Outyen's soul was shattered, and a ball of golden energy surged into his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the sanguine light in the reincarnation passage surged back and rushed into Kong Outyen's body. It was accompanied by countless blue energy that surged into Kong Outyen's body. The power of reincarnation. Reversing reincarnation. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow, so powerful. This aura is too powerful. Meow exclaimed. The sanguine light was completely extracted, and the blue energy in the reincarnation passage was replaced. Within the blue light, one could see subtle changes happening to Kong Outyen's body with the naked eye. His entire body seemed to have lengthened a little, and he grew taller. There was a slight change in his figure. Changing the body with the soul. What a powerful soul! Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meow, his cultivation base is increasing. Meow cried out. Oh! I can see the cultivation base of many people. It's the same as the sages. Meow, it's increased. He's at the third heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow, he's at the fourth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow exclaimed. It's still increasing. It seems that Kong Huangtian's power is sealed in this reincarnation passage, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meow, he's at the fifth heaven, the sixth heaven. Meow cried out. Kong Huangtian, the number one person in the third epoch. No one knows how he died. So it turns out that he didn't die. Instead, he sealed himself and sealed all his strength in this cycle of reincarnation, waiting to awaken again. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Awaken? Kong Outyen, the heaven-seeking order, and the recent rise of the heroes of the heavens and earth. Could it be that this person has divined all the way from the third era to today? Yan Chuan's expression changed. The number one person in the world. Could it be that he was really that powerful? Meow, he's at the ninth heaven. Meow cried out. The ninth heaven? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Beside him, Peacock and Blind Kong knelt respectfully. Meow, his aura is still getting stronger. But I can't tell. I can't tell if he has surpassed the ninth level of ancestral immortal realm. Meow pouted. Yan Chuan patted Meow's head and comforted Meow. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart. What were the powerhouses of the first world doing? Not for transcendence. But these people were all acting mysteriously, sealing themselves. But now, they kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. One by one, what exactly were they pursuing? Why? Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. 3 Emperor Holy Court. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and the Tsar stood at the entrance of the Imperial Court, frowning as they looked to the south. This feeling? Yao Tianshang asked with a complicated expression. The Tsar rubbed his head, feeling a wave of pain. It's him. He's back. He's back. The Tsar gritted his teeth and said ferociously. The strongest person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian. Zhu narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's him. Back then, he cut me in half with a single sword strike and almost killed me. Kong Huangtian. I thought he was dead. He's really not dead. He's alive. The Tsar said with a ferocious expression. Zhu looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. The world is going to be in chaos. Yang realm, Peacock territory. Sage Dugupatian killed Patriarch Nether Ocean with a single sword strike. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was Patriarch Nether Ocean? The Kong family was forced to flee in all directions. Demon King Kong had experienced it the most. Back then, Yan Chuan was able to fight Patriarch Nether Ocean to a draw and eventually forced him to retreat. That was already enough to shock Demon King Kong. But now, one sword strike. In front of a sage, there was only one sword strike. This was a suffocating power. Dugupatian is only a 9th level ancestral immortal, but he's so powerful after becoming a sage. The power of the heavens is stronger than the mysterious heavens of the past. No, it's much stronger. Even the great Kiliacosm of the past can't compare to it. The heavens can actually bestow such a sage's power. Bai Qi took a deep breath and exclaimed. On the dragon carriage, everyone had complicated expressions. Everyone naturally understood why Dugupatian had come. Indeed, after killing Patriarch Nether Ocean, he ignored Patriarch Nether Ocean's subordinates and turned to face the people on the dragon carriage. Where's Yan Chuan? And where's Dugawudi? Dugupatian said in a deep voice. Everyone's eyelids twitched. The Sage King will appear soon. Dugupatian, wait a moment. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. On the other side, Yin Hentian quickly took out a fish tank with thousands of goldfish inside. It was as if he wanted to send the news of this place back to Dezhen through the goldfish life token and let Yan Chuan know. Stalling for time. Is that interesting? Dugupatian suddenly sneered. He brandished the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at Bai Qi. Golden body of the killing path. Bai Qi shouted. The vast golden body of the killing path suddenly appeared, and Bai Qi's huge knife collided with it. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared in the void as the knife and sword collided. Bai Qi was instantly sent flying 300 meters away. The huge golden body of the killing path suddenly shook and almost collapsed. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi. You're indeed powerful. Let's see if Yan Chuan will come out or not. Dugupatian shouted again. Heavenly Tao. With a shout, 3,000 heavenly Tao apparitions appeared behind Dugupatian again. Terrifying power gathered towards Dugupatian again as he mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Slash! Dugupatian shouted. Not good. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically. That was because Dugupatian's sword was aimed at the dragon carriage. On the dragon carriage stood Zhao Afang and the officials of Dezhen. Kill! Bai Qi roared. Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, Wang Jian, Di, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, Yin Hentian, Dragon 5th, 7 Fiends, Hua, Barbarian Dragon, and Evil Dragon. In fact, Zhao Afang and nearly everyone else moved to block Dugupatian's sword. Hong! A huge black hole instantly appeared in the void. The two forces collided fiercely and violently. Ah! Ah! The 5 dragons cried out in pain. Under Dugupatian's sword, he also took a step back. However, even though he took a step back, Bai Qi and the others were all sent flying by the saint's sword. Even the dragon carriage was instantly destroyed. With one sword, almost everyone in Dezhen was heavily injured. Pfft! The 5 dragons spat out mouthfuls of blood. Everyone crashed into the huge mountain, causing it to collapse. Bai Qi blocked at the front. A crack appeared on the golden body of the killing path, but it was quickly repaired. Bai Qi looked at Dugupatian with astonishment. On the other side, the people of the Kong family were all stunned. They knew that saints were ferocious, but no one expected them to be this ferocious. Dugupatian had only taken a step back, but the people on the dragon carriage had all been defeated. Although Dugupatian had taken a step back, he was still satisfied when he saw that his opponents had all been repelled by his sword. After taking a step forward, Dugupatian said, "Yan Chuan, Dugawudi, where are they? Speak." At this moment, a group of Kong clan disciples emerged from a small stream not too far away. Dugupatian's attention was immediately attracted. "There's a small space here. I actually didn't notice it," Dugupatian said in shock. Whoosh! Dugupatian instantly arrived before the group. "Stop!" The group of Kong family disciples instantly blocked him. "Dugupatian, this is my Kong family's forbidden area." Demon King Kong immediately cried out. "Kong family's forbidden area? Humph! I am a saint. Is there anywhere in the world that I can't go? I represent the heavens to protect the common people. If you don't respect a saint, you don't respect heaven and earth," Dugupatian said coldly. At this moment, Dugupatian's strength had risen to an unprecedented level, causing his temperament to change. He no longer had as many misgivings as before. Instead, he was completely unrestrained. In the past, the ambitious and ruthless Dark Ocean Patriarch had only been able to withstand a single blow from him, let alone the others. This kind of strength caused his temperament to swell. Dugupatian suddenly felt that the heavens were number one, and he was number two. "I understand. Yan Chuan is inside, right? Yan Chuan is inside this small space, and so is Dugawudi." Dugupatian suddenly thought of something. "No, Saint, we haven't seen any Dugawudi. This is the Kong family's forbidden area. Saint, please understand the common people and protect them." "We." Demon King Kong continued to shout. "Humph." Dugupatian coldly snorted. Without using a sword, Dugupatian suddenly erupted with boundless sword energy that rushed in all directions. Anyone who blocked his path was instantly cut in half. Ah! In an instant, many of the Kong family's disciples were killed. Demon King Kong barely managed to hold up a heavenly Tao to protect some of the Kong family's disciples. "Saint, please don't." Demon King Kong cried out in alarm. "Impudent," the saint shouted, and the sword energy around him surged even more. Boom! Billions of sword energy suddenly appeared around the valley. Ah! Instantly, many of the Kong family's disciples were in trouble. In an instant, countless people were seriously injured, and many more died. "Little Kong family wants to stop me. If you make any more noise, I'll kill all of you," Dugupatian coldly said. He stepped forward and was about to enter the small space. Whoosh! Demon King Kong once again blocked the saint's path. "Saint, please wait a moment. The family head is about to come out." Demon King Kong roared tragically. The small space was the hope of the Kong family's rise. If it was taken away by the saint, the Kong family would have no more hope. Not long ago, he had heard Blind Kong say that a great baptism would sweep across the world. This was the Kong family's only hope. Demon King Kong didn't want the Kong family to be wiped out. He would rather risk his life to stop the saint one last time. No one can stop the saint's path. No one can stop me. You're courting death. No one can save you, Dugupatian said coldly. His aura surged, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward Demon King Kong. Die! With this slash, an incomparably domineering aura slashed toward Demon King Kong. The killing intent even sealed the void, making it impossible for Demon King Kong to escape. Demon King Kong's life was hanging by a thread, but there was no trace of regret in his eyes. He looked solemnly at Dugupatian. Just as the sword energy was about to split Demon King Kong in half, a monstrous aura suddenly rushed out from behind Demon King Kong. The powerful aura scattered the surrounding sword energy. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the stream behind Demon King Kong. The arm was so fast that it arrived in front of Dugupatian in an instant. Bang! The surrounding void trembled, and all the sword energy dissipated. Dugupatian's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugupatian's neck was gripped by a hand, and he couldn't move. Chapter 1301. Bam! The surrounding void trembled as the sword energy dissipated. Dugupatian's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugupatian's neck was gripped by a hand, unable to move. The previously arrogant and invincible Dugupatian was now gripped by the neck. Family head, the 10 Dugu family disciples exclaimed. Not far away, Bai Qi, Zhaoafang, and the others were also shocked. How was this possible? Demon King Kong was already prepared to die, but the scene before him made him wonder if he was dreaming. Sage Dugupatian was a ferocious person who had killed Patriarch Yu Hai with a single strike. How could he be gripped by the neck? Dugupatian's limbs flailed as he was gripped by the neck. It was extremely painful. Crack! 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 The hand slowly exerted force, and a crisp sound came from Dugupatian's neck. In the blink of an eye, Dugupatian seemed to have lost all his strength. Hua! The stream quickly parted to two sides, slowly revealing some figures. A purple-robed figure was the first to appear. It was this figure who had gripped the sage. The purple-robed man had long hair that fluttered in the wind. His appearance was 80% similar to Kong Outian's. His eyes were glowing purple, and he exuded a ferocious aura. He gripped the sage with one hand and held a purple sword in the other. As this person appeared, a group of Kong family disciples rushed out from behind, including Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed man. Miao Miao frowned as well. Family. Family head, this is. Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This is our Kong family's Imperial Sky Primogenitor. Peacock said. Imperial Sky Primogenitor? Demon King Kong was slightly taken aback. Then, his expression changed into one of ecstasy. Heavens above, this unfilial descendant, Demon King Kong, greets the Patriarch. Demon King Kong immediately knelt down in ecstasy. Many of the heavily injured Kong family disciples had never heard of the Imperial Sky Primogenitor. However, since Demon King Kong knelt down, all the Kong family disciples followed suit. Greetings, Patriarch! Everyone shouted. In the distance, Yin Hentian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed. Imperial Sky. Kong Huangtian. The strongest person in the third epoch. Kong Huangtian looked at Demon King Kong, he took a deep breath and said, "Well done, you are called Demon King Kong." He has the demeanor of a demon king. This descendant is too arrogant. Although I'm called Demon King, my strength is still weak. I've only just entered the ancestral immortal realm. Demon King Kong laughed bitterly. Let go of family head. Dugu family's disciples quickly brandished their swords and slashed towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked over. His eyes widened. Boom! 10 of the Dugu family's younger brothers were sent flying. Pooh! Pooh! 6 of them spat out blood and fell to the ground, struggling to sit up. As for the other 4, their souls scattered and they died on the spot. A look. A Dugu family's younger brother cried out in horror. With just a single gaze, he was able to severely injure 6 and kill 4 of them. What kind of monster was he? The Kong family disciples, on the other hand, immediately revealed expressions of wild joy. Because this was his ancestor. Ancestor? The Kong clan no longer needed to be at the mercy of others. You, who are you? Dugupatian, who was choked by the neck, said with great difficulty. In an instant his burning confidence was extinguished. After becoming a sage, he obtained a vast amount of power that blinded his mind. Now that he was captured in a single move, he suddenly realized that he had been too arrogant previously. The world was not as weak as he thought it was. Kong Huangtian ignored Dugupatian. Get up. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Everyone stood up excitedly. Kong Huangtian put down the purple sword in his hand. The sword floated in the air. Kong Huangtian suddenly reached out and touched Kong Huangtian's head. Ancestor. Close your eyes and sense it. Kong Huangtian said in a low voice. Kong Huangtian did not suspect anything and immediately closed his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, surging heaven and earth essence energy gathered in Kong Huangtian's hand and quickly surged into Kong Huangtian's body. Buzz! The heaven and earth essence energy around Kong Huangtian formed a vortex and rushed into his body. The surrounding people were puzzled. Meow. Second heaven of ancestral immortal realm. Meow. Third heaven. Fourth heaven. Meow. Demon King Kong's cultivation base is increasing. Meow exclaimed. Rumble. Rumble. Kong Huangtian's body rumbled. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Kong Huangtian was helping Kong Huangtian increase his cultivation base. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. This technique was too domineering. An entire incense stick's worth of time passed. Boom! Kong Huangtian released his hand. Kong Huangtian closed his eyes. His body emitted a powerful aura. Blind Kong's face lit up with joy. The surrounding Kong family disciples were overjoyed. Meow. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal. Demon King Kong's cultivation base has increased by so much. Meow exclaimed. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal. Yen Chuan's expression froze. In his first life, he could only raise his cultivation base by mobilizing the power of the great Qin dynasty. But now, Kong Huangtian was doing it so casually. Could it be that Kong Huangtian was even more powerful than he was in his first life? Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. Kong Huangtian said excitedly. Ninth Heaven Ancestral Immortal. In just a short while, Kong Huangtian looked up at the sky. Is the current heavenly Tao still sway? Kong Huangtian asked. Ancestor, many things have happened during this period of time. The heavenly Tao collapsed and was repaired. The heavenly Tao has also changed. Not long ago, the Master of Heaven, Chao. Blind Kong immediately explained. Chao. Kong Huangtian nodded. Then, he looked at the sage in his palm. His eyes turned cold. He suddenly reached out and stabbed the sage's heart. What are you doing? Dugupatian cried out in shock. Boom! Kong Huangtian's right palm stabbed into Dugupatian's heart and grabbed. Ah! Dugupatian roared in pain. Kong Huangtian pulled his right hand out. A crystal that emitted a 15-colored light appeared in his palm. Dugupatian was thrown away. Boom! Dugupatian landed on the ground. His body twitched, and the mist on his face disappeared. Patriarch. The 6 surviving Dugu family disciples cried out in horror. However, Dugupatian only twitched for a while before he stopped breathing. He's dead. Kong Huangtian was stunned. Hong. There was a loud clap of thunder, and then, dark clouds covered the sky. A sorrowful wail sounded in the sky. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Blood mist rose on the ground. The fall of a sage. Heaven and earth mourned. At this moment, almost all the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Underworld Sky City. Wu Tian, Hua Zuantian, Shimen, and Meigao Cave. The four sages charged back into Underworld Sky City with anger. Just their auras caused the void to tremble. In Underworld Sky City, Ming Tianhan activated the power of Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. His ferocious aura soared. Sage Yang stood beside him. He fought against the four sages. Ming Tianhan, today, we will destroy your heavenly court for the humiliation of the past. Sage Wu Tian snorted coldly. You escaped with great difficulty. Aren't you afraid of dying again? Ming Tianhan said coldly. Ha 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 ha, we are no longer the same as we were in the past. Perish? Who in the world can make us sages die? Wu Tian laughed. Just as the two sides were facing each other. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Sorrowful music filled the air. Blood rain fell and blood mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage caused heaven and earth to mourn. How is that possible? Who is it? Meigao Cave said in surprise. The four sages had suddenly obtained endless power. Their mentality was the same as Dugu potions. They thought they were invincible. But in the blink of an eye, a sage died. The fall of a sage was like a bucket of cold water poured over the four sages. Their hearts turned cold. Peacock territory. Dugu Patian died. Kong Huangtian took out a crystal that emitted a 15-colored light from his body. Karmic rank. Refine it into your body. Kong Huangtian handed over the crystal. Me. Demon King Kong said in shock. Yes. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. Demon King Kong was ecstatic. In his ecstasy, he thought of the Kong family's past. Suddenly, tears gushed out of his eyes. Other than Demon King Kong, many other members of the Kong family also burst into tears. I am back. No one will dare to humiliate the Kong family again. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. Demon King Kong took the 15-colored crystal. Demon King Kong's hand trembled. It was as if a suction force was about to suck the crystal away. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand, grabbed his sword, and slashed at the void. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared in the void, and the suction force disappeared. Demon King Kong quickly swallowed the crystal, afraid that it would be gone. Rumble! The dark clouds above everyone's heads suddenly turned into yellow clouds. More and more yellow clouds appeared, and they became thicker and thicker. A majestic aura rushed down from the sky. An unstoppable aura pressed down. Crack! A thin crack appeared in the yellow cloud. An even more powerful heavenly might surged out. Plop! A large number of cultivators suddenly knelt down. It was as if the depths of their souls were unable to resist submitting. Meow! How many days have passed? Meow exclaimed. The crack in the yellow cloud slowly opened in two directions. Whoosh! A heavenly might that suppressed one's soul rushed down. Peacock Zi, Blind Kong, Zhaoafang, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Yin Hentian. For a time, almost everyone in the surroundings prostrated on the ground. This prostration spread in all directions. Some of the cultivators watching in the distance also knelt down in a panic. Following that, the prostration spread wider and wider. How can this be? Countless living and dead spirits in the entire Peacock territory knelt down. It was like an innate instinct that could not be resisted. Kneel. 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 Only 3 people could remain standing, Kong Huangtian, Miao, and Yan Chuan, who was standing on the heaven and earth altar. The eye of heaven only allows those above the birth plane to kneel. Yan Chuan looked at the sky with a serious expression. The yellow clouds parted, and a huge eye gradually appeared. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye contained a world-destroying might. Heaven's Nest. Chapter 1302. The yellow clouds parted and gradually revealed a huge eye. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye emitted a destructive might. Heaven, Nest. The giant eye looked down, and heavenly might rushed out. Boom! The ground below instantly burst into countless pieces of gravel. Kong Huangtian was the first to bear the brunt. A wave of anger was directed at Kong Huangtian. He was furious that Kong Huangtian had killed a saint chosen by Chao. The enormous heavenly might caused Kong Huangtian's clothes to flutter rapidly. Kong Huangtian stared at the eye of heaven with a ferocious expression on his face. The ferocious aura of the third epoch's strongest person suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! As the two ferocious auras collided, the entire sky was filled with sword energy. Rumble! The heavenly eye and Kong Huangtian stared at each other without any hesitation. Under the powerful aura, many of the people kneeling in the surroundings were knocked to the ground. The only two people left standing were Yan Chuan and Miao. Yan Chuan's expression became extremely solemn under the impact of the huge aura. Miao, on the other hand, stared at the eye of heaven. Suddenly, a blank expression appeared on her face. Miao. Miao looked distressed. It was as if a fragment of his memory had appeared, but he just couldn't recall it. Two huge auras collided in the sky. Kong Huangtian didn't back down at all. Chao, I've heard of you. Kong Huangtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. The huge eye in the sky stared coldly. In the void, the collision between the two ferocious auras gradually lessened. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You can leave first. I will come. I won't disappoint you. You shouldn't disappoint me either. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Rumble. High up in the sky, the ferocious aura of the heavenly eye slowly dissipated. As it looked down, it no longer had the anger from before. He is dead. I have obtained the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. I want him to become a saint. Kong Huangtian suddenly pointed at the kneeling demon King Kong. Although he had swallowed the 15-colored crystal, it was not easy to refine it. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked at demon King Kong. His eyes suddenly flashed. Boom! Demon King Kong's body suddenly emitted a dazzling 15-colored light. He could vaguely see the crystal in his body. Rumble! The crystal within Demon King Kong's body melted and fused with his heart. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath Demon King Kong's feet. It was much larger than Yan Chuan's birth position altar. The heaven and earth altar of the habitual Qi plane. Demon King Kong slowly stood up, and his face slowly became blurry. Boom! A surging aura burst out. Miao, Saint. Demon King Kong. Miao asked in confusion. Rumble. High up in the sky, the heavenly eye slowly closed and merged into the yellow clouds before slowly dissipating. On the other hand, Yan Chuan carefully pondered over Kong Huangtian's words. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You go first, I'll be back. I won't disappoint you, and you shouldn't disappoint me. Immortality. This was transcendence. Sacrifice of the nest. What did he sacrifice? For the sake of transcending? That might not be the case. Also, based on Kong Huangtian's tone, they shouldn't disappoint each other. They have a common goal, but what is it? Yan Chuan's heart was filled with confusion. High up in the sky, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated. The wrath of the heavens dissipated just like that. Kong Huangtian watched as the yellow clouds dissipated. His eyes flashed with a profound light. The heavenly eye disappeared. The people kneeling in the surroundings all stood up. Bai Qi, Zhao and the others quickly surrounded Yan Chuan. Miao, what's wrong? Yan Chuan asked curiously when he saw Miao's conflicted expression. Miao, I don't know. I only feel that when I saw that big eye just now, I don't know why, but I felt very sad. Miao. Miao shook her head. Miao. Zhao Fang hugged Miao. On the other side, Demon King Kong suddenly became a saint, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Many thanks, old ancestor. Demon King Kong bowed solemnly. Only then did Kong Huangtian shift his gaze from the sky. His gaze swept across everyone. Peacock Xi immediately stepped forward and said, Old ancestor, the Kong family is weak, and the descendants don't dare to stay in one place. I have scattered the Kong family members everywhere. Kong Huangtian looked at Peacock Xi. He stretched out his hand, and a green light suddenly gathered at his fingertip, gradually forming a peacock plume. Ding! The peacock plume instantly drilled into Peacock Xi's forehead. Buzz! Peacock Xi's body suddenly emitted countless green lights. Rumble! Peacock Xi suddenly soared into the sky. Ah! As he cried out in pain, his body suddenly swayed, and he transformed into a huge peacock that was 1,000 feet long. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry. The huge peacock tail swung violently. Swoosh! Like a 10-colored rainbow, it flung towards a distant mountain range. Whoosh! The 10-colored divine light flashed, and the entire mountain range disappeared. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry, transformed into a human, and descended. Many thanks, old ancestor, for awakening the bloodline of our descendants. Peacock Xi said excitedly. I have already taught you the awakening method. In the future, you will awaken the clan members. At the same time, gather all the peacocks in the world. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. At the side, Yan Chuan and the others revealed a puzzled expression. Peacock? Wasn't the Kong clan a human? How could there be peacock bloodline? Humans. Demonic beasts. You are the inheritor of the Kong clan. Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Blind Kong bowed respectfully and said, Yes, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan was passed down by my bloodline. However, too much of the inheritance was lost. I am ashamed. Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Once again, he pointed his finger, and a green light ball quickly entered Blind Kong's mind. Boom! Blind Kong suddenly froze in place. Kong Huangtian also waited patiently. After an entire incense's time, Blind Kong trembled and moved. Many thanks, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan has been restored. Blind Kong shouted with excitement. An. Kong Huangtian nodded. After looking at everyone, Kong Huangtian looked at Miao. When he saw Miao, Kong Huangtian's expression changed slightly. Miao. Miao cried out unhappily. Kong Huangtian frowned and no longer paid attention to Miao. Instead, he looked at Yan Chuan and the others. Old ancestor, this ceremony is all thanks to Yan Chuan. He is a relative of the Kong clan and once received the heaven-seeking token. This time, he sent it to the clan. Blind Kong immediately helped Yan Chuan and said. N. Kong Huangtian nodded. Old ancestor, we didn't know that you would be able to return. We thought that it was the treasure you left behind and promised to give Yan Di a share. Blind Kong said again. Hearing Blind Kong's words, Kong Huangtian frowned slightly. However, he still accepted this fact. I can give you 3 requests that aren't too high. Tell me. Kong Huangtian suddenly said. 3 requests. Yan Chuan understood from Kong Huangtian's frown that Kong Huangtian didn't like him and his group. However, there were some things that he deserved, so Yan Chuan didn't refuse. I want the Kong clan's life usurping technique. Yan Chuan said. Kong Huangtian had to use the life usurping technique at this time. This meant that he had already calculated some of the current situation in the Third Era. To be able to calculate from the Third Era until now, his life usurping technique was naturally unfathomable. The life usurping technique was definitely rare and precious. Kong Huangtian looked deeply at Yan Chuan. Obviously, Yan Chuan's request was a little too much. However, Kong Huangtian didn't refuse. Sure, blind Kong, teach me later. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Blind Kong replied. There are 2 more. Kong Huangtian said. I want them. Yan Chuan pointed at the 6 seriously injured disciples of the Dugu clan on the ground. Old ancestor, Dugu Patian is the only one who injured the disciples of the Kong clan. He has already been punished by old ancestor. These people didn't hurt the disciples of the Kong clan. Kong Huangtian returned the favor. In the past, when ancestor Yu Hai wanted to capture Kong Huangtian, it was Yan Chuan who protected him. Kong Huangtian didn't mind doing him a favor at this time. Yes. There's one more. Kong Huangtian nodded. Yan Chuan looked at Kong Huangtian and took a deep breath. I want to know why you, Chao, and some others suddenly came back after disappearing for countless years. Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Chuan carefully. I have already told Chao. You will understand in the future. Kong Huangtian said indifferently, unwilling to explain further. Yan Chuan could only nod. After returning the favor to the Kong clan, Kong Huangtian waved his hand. Boom! A large area suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Above the area, palaces suddenly rose from the ground. In the center was a palace, the Imperial Palace. Peacock. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Immediately summon all the Kong clan members. Also, summon all the peacocks in the world. Gather at the southern outer continent. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Also. Kong Huangtian paused. Inform all the major forces in the world that from today onwards, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Miao, the southern outer continent. The 36th territory. With just one sentence, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan. Miao muttered in disbelief. However, when the Kong clan members heard this, they were extremely excited. Yes. Peacock said excitedly. Inform me after you finish these 2 matters. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. After he finished speaking, Kong Huangtian stepped into the Imperial Palace. Bang! The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. When the Imperial Palace appeared, the first thing he did was to dominate a continent. At this moment, the members of the Kong clan were all in a state of intense excitement as they looked at the Imperial Heaven Palace not far away with reverence. Yen Di, this jade slip contains my Kong clan's life-stealing technique. I just recorded it. Blind Kong handed over a jade slip. After receiving the jade slip, Yan Chuan nodded and said, since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. After he said that, he handed the jade slip to Zhao. Zhao took it. Take care. Blind Kong said politely. Wang Jian and the others escorted the 6 members of the Dugu clan. Under Yan Chuan's lead, they flew towards the Yellow Springs Road. Blind Kong, Peacock, and Demon King Kong watched as Yan Chuan and the others left. From this moment onwards, the Kong clan officially entered the world in a high-profile manner. Chapter 1303. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan looked towards the south as a black-robed figure knelt on one knee behind him. Immediately inform Dugu Wudi that Dugu Patian is dead. Tell him to immediately subdue the Dugu family. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Originally, Yan Chuan did not plan to participate in the Dugu family's matter. However, the Kong family's matter made him understand that the world had changed, and he had to speed up. Yes. We will send people to assist. Remember, you must succeed. Yan Chuan gave such a decisive order for the first time. Yes. The black-robed figure replied. You may leave. Swish. The black-robed figure instantly disappeared. The underworld now had a sun, but it could not compare to the Yang realm's sun. In the Yang realm, the moon waxed and waned. In the Yang realm, the sun waxed and waned. Zombie Yan Chuan looked up at the sun in the sky and fell into deep thought. Yang realm, South Outer Continent, Yellow Springs Road. Yan Chuan and his group rested in a valley. The dragon carriage was damaged, but it was quickly repaired. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, Wang Jian. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Present. The four stepped forward. The four of you, take these 6 people from the Dugu family and immediately head to the Dugu family. We will inform Dugu Wudi and have him quickly subdue the Dugu family. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The 4 replied. No, Yan Chuan, you want to encroach on my Dugu family? A heavily injured Dugu family disciple immediately cried out. Traitor! The Dugu family disciples angrily shouted. Yan Chuan coldly looked at the 6 people. However, Yin Hentian stepped forward and said, Everyone, Dugu Patian is dead. What else does the Dugu family have to rely on? Everyone looked at Yin Hentian coldly. You have all seen it. A saint has appeared, and a single saint can destroy your entire family. Furthermore, a peerless monster like Kong Huangtian has appeared. The world is about to descend into chaos. Don't tell me you can't see it. Yin Hentian said in a deep voice. So what? My Dugu family will not be controlled by anyone. Ha ha ha, are all of you still dreaming of becoming stronger? Don't you remember Kong Huangtian's words? He wants to unify the Yang realm's outer southern continent. Does your Dugu family still want to fight with them? In the end, when faced with the calamity of extermination, didn't they still obediently surrender? Yin Hentian laughed. We can migrate to other continents. One of them said stubbornly. Move. Even Kong Huangtian doesn't have the ability to swallow the entire world. Do you think that in this chaotic world, other continents won't have any experts rising up? Yin Hentian continued. In the Great Zhen, at least half of the Dugu family's disciples won't make you slaves or servants. In the Great Zhen, with Dugu Wudi as your leader, the Dugu family will be preserved. Yin Hentian persuaded. Dugu Wudi is not a member of my Dugu family. He's not. Isn't that right? Dugu Wudi was entrusted by Dugu Butian to lead the Dugu family. He was the head of the Dugu family. What if you were considering the bloodline? You all have to work hard for this. Yin Hentian said solemnly. How do we work hard? Dugu Wudi doesn't have the same bloodline as you all. However, that might not be the case for his descendants. Yin Hentian enticed. Everyone fell silent. Yin Hentian turned his head to Yan Chuan and said, Sage King, this subject will accompany you to the Dugu family. It will be easier to persuade them and avoid unnecessary losses. Permitted. Yan Chuan nodded. Everyone bowed towards Yan Chuan. Then, they led the 6 Dugu family's disciples and shot towards the east. Only Yan Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Afang remained in the dragon carriage. I saw the Kong family's life-stealing technique. Zhao Afang said gravely. How is it? It is indeed unique. It can complement the life-stealing technique left behind by Bai Huang. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. Zhao Afang said gravely. Go into seclusion. Miao Miao and I will protect you. Yan Chuan nodded. Miao. Miao nodded affirmatively. Zhao Afang slowly returned to the carriage and entered closed-door cultivation. Yan Chuan and Miao also boarded the dragon carriage. Return to the court. Yan Chuan said. Rhea. The 5 dragons roared and immediately flew toward the northeast. 2 days later, the dragon carriage flew. Boom! There was a sudden explosion between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky once more. A loud voice suddenly resounded through the world. 9 yang and 6 yin. The sages have been decided. Starting from now, yin and yang are separated. The sages of the yang world cannot cross to the nether world, and the sages of the nether world cannot cross to the yang world. Everyone has their own responsibility to protect the common people. Rumble. The dark clouds scattered. From this moment on, Yan Chuan understood that the world was on the right track. On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan and Miao Miao frowned as they watched the clouds disperse. Miao. Yan Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Yan Chuan smiled. Miao, I don't know. I feel like someone is following us. Miao looked around strangely. Following us? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. He also looked around. However, even with Yan Chuan's current strength, he could not discover anyone. Yan Chuan's heart sank. Full speed ahead. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Rhea. The 5 dragons roared and flew quickly. Underworld, Dexing Dynasty, Underworld Sky City. The 4 sages besieged Underworld Sky City, and there was a fierce battle. Perhaps because of Dugu Potion's example, the 4 sages didn't care about their own lives. This allowed Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang to stop the 4 sages. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The sound of a nest pierced through the world. Separation of yin and yang. The sages' expressions changed. Boom! A huge collision caused the sages to separate. Dark clouds suddenly rolled above Wu Tian and Shimensheng's heads. It was like a warning from the heavens. Why can't sages travel between yin and yang? Wu Tian said unhappily. In the past, sages could travel between yin and yang, but now, could they only stay in the yang realm? The 4 sages let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness in their eyes. Ming Tianhan, you're lucky. Don't come to the yang realm. Wu Tian said helplessly. Ming Tianhan smiled, this is not up to you. Hurry up and leave, or the heavens will punish us. Ha 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 ha. Rumble. The dark clouds became denser and denser, and the 4 sages could only feel helpless. Let's go. Hua Zuentian said. Everyone sighed slightly and quickly left. Standing in the void, Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang watched the 4 sages leave. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study. Yan Chuan sat in front of his desk, and a group of Dexing Dynasty officials stood in the study. Yifeng stepped out and handed over a memorial. Sage King, this is the information we've collected over the past few days. After combining all the sages in the world, we've concluded that 13 of the 15 sages have been confirmed. Yifeng said solemnly. Yan Chuan took the memorial. 9 sages of the Yang realm, Dongfang Bubi, Gong Yangzi, Palace Master Ju, Yuan Tiangang, Tian Jizi, 100 Evil Old Demon, Wu Tian, Shimensheng, and 1 more unknown. 6 sages of the underworld, Demon King Kong, Sua Chuanxiu, Hua Zuentian, Mei Gao Ku, Yang Yang, and one more unknown. Yifeng said the names one by one. Sages? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. They're all familiar faces. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Sage King, according to the news from all over, these sages are extremely powerful. Their strength is more than 10 times that of the sages of the past. Yifeng said worriedly. Yan Chuan nodded and said, that's right. Dugu Patian died not long ago. Bai Qi and the others personally experienced it. Dugu Patian was a 9th-level ancestral immortal, but after becoming a sage, he could stabilize his strength at the 11th level or even infinitely close to the 12th under the influence of heaven and earth. That's only a 9th-level ancestral immortal. If a 10th-level ancestral immortal becomes a sage, wouldn't his strength be comparable to a 12th-level ancestral immortal? Yifeng's expression sank. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. In the study, the officials immediately began to discuss, all of them looking worried. Don't worry too much. Stabilize Dexing Dynasty's territory. When I mobilize the world's influence, not even the sages can do anything to me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Yang Realm. The dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan, Miao, and Zhao as it flew rapidly. At this moment, they were flying above the ocean. As they flew, frost and snow suddenly fell from the sky above the boundless ocean. Ka 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 ka. The entire ocean seemed to have frozen. The air became colder and colder. Gradually, the 5 dragons felt as if they were about to be frozen. It's so cold. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Yeah, why is it suddenly so cold? Ah, my dragon claws are so cold that I can't feel them. My face is frozen. The dragons were all terrified. Wake up. Suddenly, Yan Chuan's voice exploded. The 5 dragons shuddered and suddenly realized that the coldness around them had dissipated. In front of them was still the ocean. Was that an illusion just now? Was it all an illusion? He, 5 stupid dragons, so stupid. A string of bell-like laughter came from afar. Miao, she's the one following us. Miao suddenly raised her head. Yan Chuan also looked at the sky solemnly. The 5 dragons were ancestral immortals. The power of their illusions was not to be underestimated. They looked together with Miao. They saw a devastatingly beautiful woman standing on the clouds in the sky. The woman's long hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck. She was dressed in blue silk, which accentuated her extremely voluptuous and slender figure. Her face was soft and beautiful. On her back, 2 pairs of huge blue butterfly wings flapped slightly. Butterfly Queen. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the woman. In the Yang realm, in the heavenly human palace, the woman who was mysteriously sealed by the heavens. Later, Yin Hentian unsealed the Butterfly Queen. Miao. Miao's fur stood on end. She looked at the Butterfly Queen warily. The Butterfly Queen's gaze was also fixed on Miao. Xuan Miao, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now, you've become this little cat. He. How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Chapter 1304. Xuan Miao, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now, you've become this kitten. Keek. How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Miao stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder, its fur standing on end. I don't know you. Miao, you're the funny one. So what if I'm a kitten? A kitten can catch butterflies. Miao shouted. A kitten catching butterflies? Yan Chuan, who was carrying Miao, was stunned. Was this a bickering? Keek, it's useless to forget me. Anyway, we've already formed a grudge. If I didn't see Kong Huang Tian appear, I wouldn't know that you're still alive. TSK. The butterfly queen mocked. Humph, I don't know you. Miao said unhappily. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, Butterfly queen, I know you've been sealed for many years and have resentment in your heart. However, Xuan Miao has already died. The grudge should be over, right? The butterfly queen suddenly looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Yan Chuan. I've heard of your name. You've done many things over the years. The butterfly queen said in surprise. As she spoke, a blue light flashed in her eyes. Symbiotic contract. Xuan Miao, you actually established a symbiotic contract with Yan Chuan. Live and die together. The butterfly queen raised an eyebrow. Miao, it's none of your business. Miao naturally did not give face. In front of the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons did not say a word. Today, I'm going to interfere. The butterfly queen said coldly. Butterfly queen, what are you trying to do? Yan Chuan asked. The butterfly queen's personality changed too quickly. Yan Chuan did not feel any killing intent earlier, but in the blink of an eye, the butterfly queen was emitting killing intent. Miao, this big butterfly will definitely fight. Yan Chuan, let's fight it out with her. Miao immediately shouted. You're not her match. Yan Chuan said seriously. What? That's impossible, Miao, cried Miao. Symbiotic contract. Humph, if we die together, right? No. The butterfly queen's eyes flashed blue. The butterfly queen's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. It's actually the parasitic symbiosis in the symbiosis contract. In other words, if Yan Chuan dies, you die too. If you die, Yan Chuan might not die. Humph, Xuan Miao, for better or for worse, you once sealed me. Now, you're actually degrading yourself to make such a contract. Am I not lower than Yan Chuan? You, what do you think of me? The butterfly queen suddenly became angry. Miao, it's none of your business. Miao shouted at once. Miao's words seemed to have completely ignited the butterfly queen's anger. Humph, it's none of my business. I don't care. Xuan Miao, I'm here today for revenge. I'll definitely get my revenge. The butterfly queen suddenly shouted angrily. Butterfly queen. Yan Chuan wanted to say something else. But the butterfly queen didn't care. Xuan Miao, pay the price. Heavenly light of misfortune. The butterfly queen shouted. The butterfly queen's eyes suddenly turned blue. Endless blue light bloomed around her body. She waved her hand in the sky. The originally incomparably white heaven and earth suddenly turned completely blue. It covered the sky and covered the sun. For a moment, the sky was filled with the blue light of misfortune. Ah! The 5 dragons were dumbfounded. The 5 dragons had seen the light of misfortune before. After all, Zhao Fang had used this blue light many times. However, it had never been this terrifying. It covered the sky and covered the sun. There was no blind spot. There was nowhere to run. Roar! The 5 dragons cried out. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He naturally knew how terrifying the light of misfortune was. He, Miao, and even Zhao Fang, who was in seclusion in the dragon carriage, were all going to be hit by the blue light. Yin Hentian said that the butterfly queen was casual. This was too casual. Miao! Miao yelled and wanted to charge forward. However, Yan Chuan grabbed Miao, not letting Miao go forward. Boom! The sky-burying coffin soared into the sky. The sky-burying coffin suddenly became incomparably huge. The coffin lid opened and instantly enveloped the dragon carriage. Another sky-burying coffin? Humph. The butterfly queen's expression changed. Whoosh! The rolling blue light swept past and collided with the sky-burying coffin. The sky-burying coffin strangely blocked the blue light. Whoosh! Yan Chuan waved his hand. The dragon carriage instantly passed through and disappeared above the sea. Netherworld, Great Qin City, zombie Yan Chuan also used a sky-burying coffin. Clang! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Ah! Holy Monarch! The 5 dragons bowed. Zombie Yan Chuan ignored them. Instead, he analyzed the butterfly queen's strength. Netherworld, above the sea, a huge coffin was inverted above the sea. Ha 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 ha, the once insufferably arrogant firmament mysteries is going to be a coward now. Meow, Yan Chuan, I'll fight it out with her. Meow yelled. No, Meow, go to the other side immediately. You're not her match. The butterfly queen is too strong. Yan Chuan yelled. No, no, I won't leave you alone. Meow immediately refused. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. My light of misfortune can not only descend from the sky, but it can also rush out from the bottom of the sea. The butterfly queen laughed. The butterfly queen waved her hand. Instantly, from the bottom of the sea, from the sky, and from all directions, without any blind spots, rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Not good. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Boom! All of a sudden, a surging sea of blood spread out. Under the super skill, the endless sea of blood churned. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the sky-burying coffin. In the sky above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan stood on the waves. Boom! Billowing blue light rushed towards Yan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, it entered Yan Chuan's body. Bang! Yan Chuan's body exploded into a pool of blood. Clearly, he was only a blood god's son. Soon, not far away, another Yan Chuan emerged from the sea of blood. Oh! A sea of blood? The butterfly queen's expression changed slightly. Butterfly queen, mysterious is already a thing of the past. He's just a kitten with amnesia now. Why bother? Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yan Chuan could clearly sense the butterfly queen's strength. She was at least at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. She was ferocious. Yan Chuan did not want to touch her. A kitten with amnesia? I don't care. Hand over mysterious. The butterfly queen shook her head. What if I don't? Yan Chuan said coldly. Meow. Yan Chuan, let me out. I'm going to fight it out with her. Meow. So what if you're a big butterfly? Meow was being held back by Yan Chuan's main body in the depths of the sea of blood. What a sea of blood. Let's see where you can hide after your sea of blood is destroyed. The butterfly queen laughed. As she spoke, the butterfly queen suddenly waved her hand. A huge butterfly-shaped energy palm descended from the sky. 12 levels of strength? Yan Chuan's expression darkened. The strength of 12 levels of an ancestral immortal was even more ferocious than Saint Dugu Potion's attack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Before the palm arrived, the impact of the palm strike had already caused the blood god's sun on the sea of blood to collapse. Bang! A new blood god's sun exploded. The palm strike was so powerful that it sealed the surrounding void. The sea of blood could not move. It could only feel the huge impact surging towards it. Deep in the sea of blood, Yan Chuan held the sky-burying coffin with one hand and grabbed Meow with the other. Meow. Meow was extremely anxious. Meow, she wants to deal with you. Hurry up and leave. I can escape. Yan Chuan shouted. No, Meow. You'll be in danger. Meow struggled. Meow was sometimes careless, but at this moment, she understood that Yan Chuan could not deal with the Butterfly Queen. The Butterfly Queen was too strong. How could she abandon Yan Chuan and escape alone? Alright, trust me. With that, Yan Chuan threw Meow into the sky-burying coffin. He quickly closed the sky-burying coffin. Meow. No. Meow roared anxiously. The moment Meow entered the sky-burying coffin, she saw the entire sea of blood explode and scatter in all directions. This time, it was more thorough than any of the previous times. A great destructive force rushed over. Bang! The sky-burying coffin closed, and Meow was transported to the netherworld. Yan Chuan put away the sky-burying coffin with a flip of his hand. He grabbed the great heavenly seal and slammed it upwards. This palm was too strong. It had indeed exceeded the limits of the sea of blood. Yan Chuan could not sit still and wait for death. He could only resist. Boom! A terrifying loud noise exploded on the surface of the sea. In addition to the sea of blood, the surrounding sea also surged with monstrous tsunamis. The tsunamis rushed into the surrounding territory. Boom! The sea beneath his palm was completely emptied. A huge hole was left behind. The Butterfly Queen stood in the sky, frowning slightly. Below, a huge imperial seal blocked part of its power. Under the imperial seal was a small pool of blood the size of a washbasin. The sea of blood was almost completely exhausted. Ba thump. Ba thump. The sound of a heartbeat came from the small pool of blood. Boom. The pool of blood exploded. Instantly, the sea of blood appeared again. Yan Chuan carried the great heavenly seal and slowly floated up from the sea of blood. Yan Chuan was panting, but his aura was stronger than before. You were only at the 6th level of the ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now, you're at the 7th level. The Butterfly Queen was shocked. The Butterfly Queen was shocked, and so was Yan Chuan. That shouldn't be. How could the Butterfly Queen see through his cultivation? Butterfly Queen, you should vent your anger at Xuanmiao. Yan Chuan panted. Forget it? How can I forget it? The Butterfly Queen was unwilling to let it go. At this moment, in the netherworld, Great Qin City. Meow was suddenly teleported over. Meow. Yan Chuan, you bastard. Meow was so anxious that she was about to cry. Meow. Don't go, it's dangerous there. Yan Chuan immediately tried to persuade her. No, Meow. Meow immediately said stubbornly. Contracted spatial teleportation, Meow. Meow shouted. Whoosh! Meow instantly disappeared. In the mortal realm, Yan Chuan and the Butterfly Queen continued to confront each other. Buzz! A halo of light suddenly appeared beside Yan Chuan. Whoosh! Meow suddenly appeared. Yan Chuan, you bastard! Meow angrily shouted at Yan Chuan. After saying that, Meow immediately flew in front of Yan Chuan and looked at the Butterfly Queen with hatred. Meow. Big Butterfly Queen, if you want to kill me, come. Meow will fight it out with you, Meow. Meow angrily shouted. Boom. 3,000 Heavens Dao suddenly appeared behind Meow and looked at the Butterfly Queen angrily. Seeing Meow's flustered and exasperated expression, the Butterfly Queen's expression changed. The Butterfly Queen's anger seemed to have dissipated. A victorious smile appeared on the Butterfly Queen's beautiful face as she said, Kill you? You're my sister. Why would I kill you? Chapter 1305. A victorious smile appeared on the Butterfly Queen's beautiful face, Kill you? You're my biological sister, why would I kill you? Biological sister? Yan Chuan was stunned. Blood-related sister? Meow Meow's aggressive demeanor suddenly froze. After a moment, Meow reacted, biological sister. You're a butterfly and I'm a cat. How can we be sisters? Yen Chuan was also shocked. How was that possible? They were different species. You really don't remember anything. The butterfly queen gloated at Meow Meow's misfortune. Meow, you're still trying to trick me. I'm not afraid of you. Meow shouted. Yen Chuan suddenly stopped Meow. He seemed to believe her. Recalling the butterfly queen's words, they seemed to be hinting at something. Butterfly queen, you said Meow and you are sisters. Why? You're the butterfly queen, she. Yen Chuan asked curiously. Haha, what's wrong with that? I'm the butterfly queen. All the butterflies in the world are my clones. I'm the first butterfly in the world. As for Xuanmiao. The butterfly queen smiled. The first cat in the world. Turning his body into a race. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Meow. Meow was shocked. Although I signed a symbiotic contract with him and it embarrassed me, Xuanmiao, I'm much happier seeing your misfortune. Ha 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 ha. The butterfly queen suddenly laughed again. Meow. Yen Chuan. What kind of sisters were they? Meow, I'm not your sister. You've got the wrong person. No, you've got the wrong cat. Meow immediately denied. Ha 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 ha, Xuanmiao, you're really cute in this life. I remember that in your previous life, you always had a straight face, as if everyone owed you something. I didn't expect you to become like this. Ha 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 ha. The butterfly queen laughed happily. Meow. Meow glared at the butterfly queen unhappily. At this moment, Yen Chuan seemed to have realized something. His initial wariness suddenly dissipated as he solemnly said, Butterfly queen, were you here to test me? After all, although the butterfly queen was powerful just now, she didn't even use her great Tao. The butterfly queen looked at Yen Chuan and said, of course, it's just that your cultivation is too low. Although Xuanmiao and I have been quarreling since we were young, although she has always suppressed me since we were young, she is still my sister. I don't want her to die early. Otherwise, I won't be able to play with her in the future. Yen Chuan looked slightly serious. Previously, Old Miao also gave me your information. Dezhen Yen Chuan. The development is not bad, but it's still far from enough. The butterfly queen shook her head. Meow, you're the one who's far behind. Meow said unhappily. Ha 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 ha, Xuanmiao, I've realized that you always like to get angry in this life. Butterfly queen teased again. I feel uncomfortable when I see you. Meow. Meow said with her head held high. This won't do. Xuanmiao, the various experts of the third epoch have all awakened. You will suffer greatly if you continue like this. Using the power of heaven and earth. Because. In any case, you're not a sage yet. Even if you use the power of heaven and earth, you can't compare to a sage. I can't help you all the time. The butterfly queen shook her head. I don't want your help. Meow shouted stubbornly. With me around, no one can hurt Meow. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The butterfly queen's expression turned cold again. Humph, if I didn't see you desperately helping Xuanmiao just now, I would definitely take your life. Oh. Yen Chuan's expression turned cold. So what if it's a symbiotic contract? I can still strip your soul and forcefully refine it for Xuanmiao to refine. The butterfly queen said arrogantly. Meow, refine your sister. If something happens to Yen Chuan, I'll fight it out with you. Meow said unhappily. He, Xuanmiao, you're really strange. He. The butterfly queen's mood changed again. Humph. Meow looked very angry. The scene became slightly cold. The butterfly queen looked at Yan Chuan and Miao and finally smiled. Fine, I won't care about you anymore. Anyway, there's someone more concerned about you than me. Oh. Who? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. This was because Yan Chuan could tell that the person the butterfly queen was talking about was definitely not him. The butterfly queen smiled at Yan Chuan and said, Yan Chuan, you're looking for the sky-burying coffin, right? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Butterfly queen, you know. Of course I know. I saw it with my own eyes not long ago, the butterfly queen said with a smile. Please tell me. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. The netherworld's outer east continent, the butterfly queen said. Don't tell me you're talking about the great Qin city. Yan Chuan said strangely. Ha 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 ha, are your two bodies a secret? Do I need to talk about yourself? The butterfly queen said with a smile. Please tell me. Yan Chuan said again. The netherworld's outer east continent, easternmost land, netherworld sea, in the hands of Gui Rolai. The butterfly queen said. Gui Rolai. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yan Chuan had naturally heard of this name before. In the netherworld's outer east continent, before De Zhen was born, even the saints did not dare to provoke him. He was the master of the netherworld sea in the outer east continent. He, you don't dare to fight for the sky-burying coffin after hearing about Gui Rolai? The butterfly queen said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The sky-burying coffin is mine. As long as I know where it is, I will do my best to take it back. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Also, let me tell you something else. The butterfly queen said with a change of expression. Oh. I know. As an empress, you seem to have injured your fate, the butterfly queen said with a smile. That's right. Yan Chuan did not hide anything. Yan Chuan had been looking for a way to treat ZZ's injuries. It's not difficult to save her. This Gui Rolai controls a cycle of reincarnation. This cycle of reincarnation is called the heavenly fate cycle. If you can obtain the power of this cycle of reincarnation, saving your queen will naturally be extremely easy. Said the butterfly queen. Meow. Big sister ZZ can be saved. Meow's eyes lit up. Reincarnation of destiny. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Thank you for telling me, butterfly queen. This news is more important than the news of the sky-burying coffin. Yan Chuan said solemnly. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. The butterfly queen's eyes flashed with mockery. There are 60 paths of reincarnation in the world. I've only seen one not long ago. I don't know how long it will take to know where it is, and what its uses are. Now that the butterfly empress has informed me, I will definitely bring ZZ to thank you when she recovers. 60 paths of reincarnation. Who said it's 60 paths of reincarnation? The butterfly queen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't Yin Hentian talking about 60 paths of reincarnation? Where did you get this information? In the third epoch, there were 60 paths of reincarnation. Now that it's the fourth epoch, there are only 54 paths in the world. The butterfly queen said with a smile. 54 paths. 6 paths less. No, from the third epoch to the fourth epoch, there was an additional great thousand realms. There are 6 paths of reincarnation in the great thousand realms. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. You only just found out. In the first epoch, a certain great ox transformed into 72 paths of reincarnation, encompassing all living things in the world. Every epoch split into a world and took away 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, there are only 54 paths left. However, it's hard to say in the future. Perhaps when the 4 realms merge, the 72 paths of reincarnation will reappear. The butterfly queen said with a sigh. Meow. 72 paths of reincarnation. Transforming into reincarnation. Who is it? Meow was also surprised. At this moment, it forgot about its anger. He, how interesting. Xuan Miao was the one who told me this, and now you're asking me? The butterfly queen immediately laughed. Xuan Miao again. Meow, if you don't want to say it, then I won't say it. Meow said unhappily. Butterfly queen, I have something to ask you. Yan Chuan called out again. Oh. The butterfly queen asked curiously. Kong Huang Tian, Chao, and some other experts have appeared. Why did they all choose to appear at this time? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. The butterfly queen frowned slightly. That day, I heard Kong Huang Tian mention something about Chao being sacrificed. What did they sacrifice? Why? Yan Chuan asked again. It was unknown where he had touched the butterfly queen's anger. Humph, you don't need to know now. The butterfly queen's expression changed again. Meow and Yan Chuan looked at the butterfly queen strangely. She looked at Yan Chuan and said, Humph, your cultivation is too low. What's the use of knowing? Hurry up and strengthen yourself. You might be able to catch up to this wave. Moreover, I don't need to say anything. It will begin soon. When the first wave begins, you will know. What first wave? Yan Chuan asked again. The first wave of people who are sending themselves to their deaths. Humph, okay, I have to go back. If you want to find me, come to the lunar star. I am in the Great Moon Palace. The butterfly queen said with a straight face. With that said, the butterfly queen spread her wings and disappeared with a whoosh. Meow. Lunar star. Isn't that the moon? She lives on the moon. The Great Moon Palace. Meow said in shock. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, stood on the surface of the sea, pondering over every word the butterfly queen said. Meow, Yan Chuan, do you think that the butterfly queen is really my sister? Meow asked in confusion. It should be. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow, so that's how it is. Meow nodded in realization. This time, it was Yan Chuan's turn to be confused. What do you mean by that? Meow, I was wondering why I always liked to call people your sister. It turns out that I have such an annoying sister. I instinctively call people your sister. Meow said thoughtfully. Amazing logic. Yan Chuan looked at Meow in shock. Underworld, Great Qin City. In front of the central palace. The moment the dragon carriage appeared, many officials received the news and rushed over. Zhao Afang woke up, and Mo Yushi also walked over. Did something happen? The two girls asked worriedly. Zombie Yan Chuan was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, It's fine. Really? Mo Yushi was still worried. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. As he spoke, he turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, start organizing all the information about the Netherworld Sea. Also, gather all the information about Gui Rolai as soon as possible. Sage King, are you going to attack the Netherworld Sea? But our great Jin nation's strength will eventually. Yifeng said worriedly. I have made up my mind. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Yes. Chapter 1306. In the world of the living, in the southeast continent. The Gongyang family. Congratulations, Master. You have become a sage. The disciples of the Gongyang family bowed excitedly. Standing in front of the main hall of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Zi let out a long sigh of relief. The Gongyang family is blessed by the heavens. Gongyang Zi said excitedly. Master, I have never seen the power of your palm strike before. In the past, no one could defeat you. Master is mighty. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly asked, Master, I wonder if you can defeat Yan Chuan with your current strength? The noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone present was an elder of the Gongyang family. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the Gongyang family. The Gongyang family's karmic luck. The so-called karmic luck meant that no matter how strong you were, you would be defeated. To the Gongyang family, Yan Chuan was like a bone stuck in their throat. All of them were in a dilemma. I should be able to kill Yan Chuan. Gongyang Zi said uncertainly. Then, Master, should we? Gongyang Ben Lei asked expectantly. No one dared to say more. Everyone hoped that Yan Chuan would die, but they did not dare to offend Yan Chuan. For a moment, everyone looked at Gongyang Zi. After taking a deep breath, Gongyang Zi shook his head and said, No, Yan Chuan is too evil for the Gongyang family. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long. Master, are you talking about the prime of Tongtian from the outer North Continent? Gongyang Ben Lei's expression changed. That's right. What an arrogant prime of Tongtian. He wants to challenge the sages of the living world in the outer North Continent. Humph. Gongyang Zi snorted coldly. This. Where did the prime of Tongtian come from? Gongyang Ben Lei asked curiously. I don't know. However, based on his courage, he is definitely not an ordinary person. However, the sages of the living world are not the same as before. He is seeking his own death. It's still early. If the prime of Tongtian wants to stir up the world, the outer North Continent will be the focus of the world. With Yan Chuan's personality, how can he not go? Gongyang Zi said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, are you waiting for Yan Chuan to leave Xianyang to set up a trap in the outer North Continent? Gongyang Ben Lei's face lit up. That's right, the next step is to wait. Gongyang Zi said solemnly. Yes. Everyone replied. The mortal realm, Nanwai Continent. Dugu clan. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and Jin Dayu took turns fighting the Dugu family's experts. The Dugu family was forced to retreat in defeat. However, the three of them did not kill him. The black-robed Dugu Wudi led a group of people from the heaven-mending pavilion to the Dugu family. He used the Dugu family's sword lineage to challenge the Dugu family's sword lineage experts. It could be said that the Dugu family had suffered an unprecedented disaster for 10 days. They retreated step by step, until the entire clan retreated back into the clan. The 6 heavily injured Dugu family members that In Hentian had advised were also released. 9 Swords Hall. Elders, branch heads, what happened? Where is the patriarch? Where is the patriarch? Everyone in the hall asked the 6 people anxiously. The 6 people's faces were also bitter as they recounted the events of that day without holding back. In the 9 Swords Hall, the Dugu family members were grief-stricken as if they were at a funeral. In the outside world, In Hentian looked at Dugu Wudi. Pavilion Master Dugu, those 6 people have been persuaded by me. The next step is up to you. In Hentian said solemnly. Thank you. Dugu Wudi nodded. Apart from the 9 Swords branch head, the others are to guard the surroundings. Kill anyone who comes close. Dugu Wudi said solemnly. Yes. Countless black-robed people replied. 9 Swords branch head, follow me to the 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Wudi said solemnly. Yes. Everyone followed Dugu Wudi and flew to the 9 Swords Hall. What are you doing? The Dugu family members looked at the 10 people with some fear. Dugu Wudi did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he led the 9 people towards the 9 Swords Hall. Stop! A large number of Dugu family members shouted. Let them in. A loud shout came from the 9 Swords Hall. Yes. Dugu Wudi separated the crowd and walked into the hall. Bang! The door of the hall slammed shut. 10 days later. Some experts from the nearby small factions came to pay their respects, but the huge Dugu family was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The sudden disappearance of the powerful Dugu family caused a commotion in all directions. However, this commotion was still considered small. The next piece of news shook the entire outer South continent. All the major factions in the outer South continent received an imperial heavenly token. In the mortal world, the outer South continent was the territory of the Kong family. All the factions would either submit or leave the outer South continent immediately. Those who dared to resist would be killed without mercy. When the imperial heavenly token was released, the outer South continent was in an uproar. What arrogance! What Kong family! They are so arrogant that they want to unify the outer South continent. What nonsense is this imperial heavenly token? There were countless complaints. However, when a powerful territory lord suddenly announced that he would submit to the Kong family, everything became strange. It was not forced by the Kong family, but that person took the initiative to submit to them. When the news came out, countless cultivators were tongue-tied. Where did the Kong family come from? Things were not over yet. There were legends of some old monsters in the outer South continent. These old monsters suddenly appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. After they appeared, they submitted to the Kong family in a very high-profile manner. Supreme Venerate World's Edge. Isn't that the former territory lord of the Horizon Weave? He submitted to the Kong family. Sect Master Zhou Tian. Legend has it that he experienced the great calamity of the ancient era. Such a powerful person actually submitted to the Kong family. That's not all. Sect Master Zhou Tian is even running around to help the Kong family unify the outer South continent. When the news came out, although there were not many people in the Kong family, the people who submitted were like carps crossing the river. All of this originated from the imperial heavenly token. Heavens above. Kong Huangtian. Countless people in the outer South continent had heard of Kong Huangtian's deeds. When they heard that Kong Huangtian had appeared, they did not hesitate to submit to him. There were people who worshipped him, people who wanted to avoid disaster, and people who sought protection. Their goals were different, but they all came to submit. This was not just because of Kong Huangtian's charisma. At the same time, many people with foresight could see that the world might have changed greatly. Now, they needed to form a large faction to resist the great calamity. Kong Huangtian's name quickly spread throughout the world. Heavens above, all heroes submit to him. Kong Huangtian's appearance caused an uproar among the various factions in the world. Great Chen Xianyang. Yan Chuan listened to the large amount of news that Lu Buwei brought. Sage King, news of Kong Huangtian's appearance came from all over the world. The various sages, who were originally in an uproar, suddenly quietened down. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Great Chen will not make too much contact with Kong Huangtian for the time being. In the Yang realm, keep an eye on Ju Palace. Sage King, don't worry. My dynasty has spies everywhere. If they want to make a move, I will be the first to know. Lu Buwei said with certainty. Yan Chuan nodded. Sage King, during this period of time, you gathered the various generals to head to the Netherworld Sea. Gui Rolai? Lu Buwei asked curiously. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. Lu Buwei thought for a moment and said, this Gui Rolai seems to be hidden very deeply. The Netherworld has collected a lot of information, but we can't find out anything about him. There's only one sentence. Oh. Demons, Buddhas, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects to Gui Rolai. Netherworld, Great Chen Sage Court, Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan was in a court meeting. Boom. A powerful aura descended from the sky, causing the court meeting to stop. Just as everyone's faces darkened, the aura instantly retracted. Clearly, it was not hostile. Yan Chuan flicked his long sleeves, stepped down from the dragon throne, and walked out of the central hall. A group of officials followed behind and walked to the central hall's plaza. In the great Qin city, countless guards were already on guard. Everyone looked towards the south of the great Qin city. In the south, a white-robed figure stood in the air. His face was blurry. His appearance could not be seen clearly. Huazun Tian. Some of the officials recognized him. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his aura was especially unique. Old Ancestor. Desolation Hua's eyes lit up. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Although he knew that Huazun Tian was fine, he was still very happy to see it with his own eyes. Old Ancestor. In the great Qin city, countless descendants of the Hua family bowed in ecstasy. Following that, the disciples of the great Qin family and Huazun Tian rushed out of the great Qin city and surrounded Huazun Tian. All of them were overjoyed. There were even disciples who shed tears of excitement. Ever since Huazun Tian was captured, countless Hua family disciples were in a constant state of panic. Moreover, they had countless enemies. If not for Desolation Hua's protection, who knew how many of them would be alive? Yan Chuan looked into the distance expressionlessly. Huazun Tian greets Yan Emperor. This time, my descendants and disciples were able to receive your protection. Thank you for your generosity and disregard the past. Huazun Tian bowed gratefully. Huazun Tian bowed, and the trace of worry in the officials of Great Qin immediately dissipated. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "It's not me who protected them, it's Desolation Hua." In the distance, Huazun Tian flew over with a group of descendants and disciples. No, this official thanks the Holy King for allowing this official to take in the Hua family disciples. Desolation Hua immediately said. You are the great Qin army commander and a marquis. Taking in your clansmen is your right. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yes. Desolation Hua nodded gratefully. Huazun Tian landed in front of Yan Chuan. Desolation congratulates Old Ancestor for returning safely. Desolation Hua bowed with excitement. Huazun Tian immediately helped him up. Desolation, you did well. Huazun Tian was filled with emotions. Hua Bing from the Hua family immediately said, Old Ancestor, Desolation has indeed done a lot these years. Many people who came to assassinate us were blocked by Desolation's troops. Yes, Desolation, he. Just as everyone was praising Desolation, Huazun Tian's voice sank, and everyone was stunned as they looked at Huazun Tian. Impudent. When I left, didn't I tell you to turn Desolation into the Hua family's patriarch? Huazun Tian said solemnly. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Old Ancestor, that was just a temporary measure. I can't afford to be the Hua family's patriarch. It's good that you're back. The Hua family has a backbone again. Desolation Hua immediately waved his hand and said. Huazun Tian shook his head and said, Desolation, I said you're the patriarch, so you're the patriarch. If these brats don't listen, I'll help you educate them. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Hua Bing and the others also blushed. Although everyone was grateful to Desolation Hua was still their junior, so they couldn't acknowledge him wholeheartedly. Hua Bing greets the patriarch. Hua Bing corrected his attitude again. Chapter 1307. We pay our respects to the patriarch. The group of Hua family disciples respectfully greeted. Although they were still a little unwilling, since the old ancestor had spoken, they could only bow down. Moreover, all these years, they had been under the protection of Desolation. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? Now that the old ancestor is back, there's no need for me to be the patriarch anymore. However, old ancestor, the revered heaven territory is now a large territory and cannot be separated. Desolation transformation suddenly revealed a trace of difficulty. Hua Bing and the others frowned, but they'd been protected by Dajun all these years, so they couldn't say anything. However, Hua Zuntian laughed heartily and said, "Desolation, you don't have to be troubled. I naturally didn't come here to take back the venerable heaven territory. It's good that the old ancestor can see through it." Desolation smiled. "Yen Di, I wonder if I can meet profound mystery." Hua Zuntian suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Mysterious?" The faces of the Hua family disciples suddenly changed. Was the heavens mysterious? Wasn't he already dead? Everyone looked at Hua Zuntian in bewilderment. Zombie Yen Chuan remained silent for a while, then finally nodded. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sky-burying coffin. Suddenly, a kitten jumped out from inside. "Meow, I'm eating fish." "What's the matter?" Meow jumped out blankly. Yen Chuan kept the heaven-burying coffin and looked at Hua Zuntian. "Meow." Meow jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder and suddenly saw Hua Zuntian. "Meow. A saint?" Meow frowned. Hua Zuntian looked at Meow. For a moment, his entire body trembled. "Sinner Hua Zuntian, sinner worship the heavens." Hua Zuntian suddenly choked with sobs. As he spoke, Hua Zuntian suddenly knelt down. "Kneel and worship. Old ancestor." The surrounding Hua family disciples suddenly cried out in shock. "Kneel." This had never happened before. At this moment, even the ministers of the great Qin dynasty were completely shocked. "Meow, what are you doing?" Meow jumped away. The sinner became the venerated heavens. Back then, he was deceived by the lotus god, causing the heavens to fall into calamity and the world to suffer a great calamity. This bow is to the heavens. I don't ask the heavens to forgive me, but I ask for relief from my guilt. Hua Zuntian choked a little. "Meow, I don't know you. I'm not familiar with you." Meow shouted. "Ancestor. Get up, did you get the wrong person?" "Ancestor, how could you?" "Master." Everyone tried to persuade him. Desolation stretched out his hand, but in the end, he sighed and didn't try to persuade him. "Hua Zuntian, get up. Meow is no longer the mysterious heaven of the past." Yen Chuan said solemnly. Desolation Hua bowed 3 more times and slowly stood up. However, the saint's prostration had shocked everyone. "Venerable ancestor, why don't you stay in Great Qin? If you feel guilty, why don't you protect Xuanmiao in this life?" Desolation Melt spoke at the right time. As soon as Desolation Hua spoke, the eyes of the surrounding ministers suddenly lit up. Binding a saint to Great Qin? Then wouldn't Great Qin's strength go up a level? Everyone immediately looked at Desolation Hua with admiration. Desolation Hua had multiple considerations too. On one hand, it strengthened Great Qin's strength. On the other hand, the world was not peaceful. Hua Zuntian and Great Qin forming an alliance should be safer. But Yen Chuan did not speak. But Hua Zuntian shook his head and said, "No, a new day, I have a new mission. Moreover, I still have an important thing to do." "What?" Desolation Hua asked doubtfully. "Heaven, back then, the lotus god caused your demise. It wasn't that simple. I discovered that there were still some masterminds behind the scenes. I want to ferret them all out and pay the price for back then." Hua Zuntian said coldly. "Meow. What masterminds?" Meow asked puzzledly. "Back then, I was just deceived by the lotus god. The Yin family was wrongly accused of colluding with the lotus god. However, there were still some people who really colluded with the lotus god. If not for them back then, I wouldn't have been deceived. I would have taken revenge. Therefore, I can't stay." Hua Zuntian shook his head. Everyone could only feel helpless. Descendants of the Hua family, and my disciples, remember clearly. Desolation Hua is your patriarch. When I'm not here, his words represent everything. No, even if I return, if I have a disagreement with Desolation Hua, you all should follow Desolation Hua's words. Hua Zun Tian said again. What? The group of Hua family disciples suddenly exclaimed. It was as if he wanted to show his prestige to Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian suddenly bowed to Desolation Hua. Don't, old ancestor. This is asking for my life. Desolation Hua screamed and dodged. Hua Zun Tian greets the patriarch. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. All around, the group of Hua family disciples were at a loss. The old ancestor had already recognized the patriarch. What else was there for them to be unconvinced about? Hua Zun Tian did not act pretentiously. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Zun Tian refuses to be disciplined and will leave immediately. I hope that the Hua family will prosper for 10,000 generations. Desolation Hua smiled bitterly and said, Old ancestor, I can't accept you like this. You don't have to be embarrassed. One day, you will understand. You can accept it. Hua Zun Tian shook his head and said. Hua Zun Tian's words had a hidden meaning. Everyone was puzzled. Old ancestor, I wonder, how much do you understand about Gui Rolai's situation? Desolation Hua asked curiously. When Desolation Hua said this, some people did not understand, but some people instantly reacted. Hua Zun Tian was one. Hua Zun Tian suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan also nodded lightly. Ha! Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Yen Di, in this netherworld sea, Gui Rolai is an extraordinary figure. Back then, although I was overseeing the eastern continent, the true strongest person in the netherworld eastern continent was Gui Rolai. Although he almost never appeared in the world, his prestige was unparalleled in the eastern continent. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. Oh. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Gui Rolai, people say, Devil Buddha and Ghost pay their respects, every word of Gui Rolai. In the netherworld sea, his Tao field was filled with merit, but his merit was different from others. His was blue merit, incomparably sinister. Under Gui Rolai, there were 8 great Rolai. Let's put it this way, rumor has it that not long ago, you went to the southern continent and met old ancestor Yu Hai. Hua Zun Tian said. That's right, old ancestor Yu Hai, 10th heaven ancestor immortal. He's extraordinary. Yan Chuan nodded. The 8 great Rolai under Gui Rolai, each one of them has this strength. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. What? The officials were shocked. 8 subordinates, each of them 10th heaven ancestor immortal. Among these 8 Rolai, 2 cultivate Buddhism, 2 cultivate Devil Tao, 2 cultivate Tao, and 2 cultivate Ghost Tao. All of them are strange and abnormal. As for Gui Rolai, he's even more unfathomable. No one knows how strong he is. Even now, I'm still unwilling to test him. Hua Zun Tian said. The officials were solemn. Yan Chuan was also slightly solemn. Speaking of which, 13 of the 36 territories in the netherworld's eastern continent belong to Gui Rolai's forces. Although they didn't publicly announce their submission to Gui Rolai, the leaders of the territories are all Gui Rolai's disciples. There's no need to guess. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. 13 territories, countless experts, and the strongest 8 great Rolai under him. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, please be careful. Hua Zun Tian nodded. I will. Yan Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving too. Hua Zun Tian took a deep breath. Heavens, wait for my news. Hua Zun Tian bowed to Miao once again. With a wave of his sleeves, Hua Zun Tian soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Hua family disciples watched as their old ancestor left. Each of them opened their mouths, but in the end, they could only feel helpless. After dismissing the officials, Hua Desolation also dismissed the people of the Hua family. Only a few important officials remained in the plaza of the central palace. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Sage King, the forces controlled by Gue Rolai aren't that easy to deal with." Zombie Yan Chuan shook his head. Dezhen Holy Court has always faced difficulties head-on and never retreated. Gue Rolai is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't scare Dezhen. Yes. Yifeng nodded. I originally wanted to stabilize Dezhen's current strength, but I realized that we can't do so. With the situation like this, if we are too patient, we will only be drowned in the long river of history. Others develop too quickly, and if we don't catch up, we will only be eliminated. Gue Rolai is Dezhen's whetstone. Dezhen must first dominate the Netherworld's eastern continent before facing the world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Yifeng, continue to organize the army and arrange the vanguard. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Zhang Yi. Yan Chuan said again. Yes. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Go to the Netherworld Sea on my behalf and meet Gue Rolai first to find out the situation. Yan Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi led a group of people and arrived at the Netherworld Sea after several months. Although the Netherworld Sea was called a sea, it was actually a huge territory. Ghosts ran rampant around the territory. Looking at the coast from afar, there were countless withered bones on the ground. The pitch-black soil looked especially eerie. Dark clouds covered the sky above the Netherworld Sea. Zhang Yi and his group flew into the Netherworld Sea and went straight to the center. Not long after, they saw the so-called virtuous cloud sea. It was a strange virtuous cloud sea. Normally, the virtuous cloud sea would be golden. However, the virtuous cloud sea in front of them was dark blue. The huge virtuous cloud sea spun slowly, and a huge hole seemed to have appeared in the center. In the huge hole, there was a huge rune swastika floating. The dark blue swastika looked extremely eerie, and it gave off a feeling of dread. So it's because the reincarnation passage merged with the virtuous cloud sea. No wonder the virtuous cloud sea turned blue. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Wherever they passed, countless ghosts wandered. Soon, they arrived outside a huge eerie city. Who are you? A huge skeleton that was 10 feet tall suddenly shouted. On the skull of the skeleton, there was a blue swastika. Envoy Zhang Yi of the Great Perfection Holy Court requests to meet the Master of the Netherworld Sea, Gue Rolai. Zhang Yi handed over a golden invitation. Great Perfection Holy Court. What the hell? Are you worthy of meeting Gue Rolai? The huge skeleton said disdainfully. How dare you? The people behind Zhang Yi immediately shouted. Boom! A large number of skeletons surrounded them, each holding a long blade. The skeleton's eyes flickered with eerie light. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.